And of course, for purposes of amusement, we'll pretend like we're talking about something serious and intense, like a news agent team before they go
Yeah,
live there. But
yeah.
holy cow, man, tonight is going to be a bit of a wild one. I don't know about you, but I'm sure the anxiety was a little bit there today, knowing that we were going to be sitting with Master HealeyMade, David Healey. What's the appropriate one when we reach this level of grandeur?
Sensei, I don't know. I mean, I don't make anything, but yeah, the thing is, dude, is like I'm off work right now, so I'm just kind of sitting in the day, just kind of thinking about it. And yeah, should be a good show, man. I don't know what we call him. I think we just call him David Healey. I think would probably be a good one.
What that's Of course you'd say that. You've been friends with Mr. Healey now for quite a while. You know me. I end up being a weirdo when I go with the tag, but when it's HealeyMade, it just becomes almost more complicated. I can't be like HealeyMade, you know? Anyways.
Yeah, yeah, no, yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Did you end up getting the links over to them okay, though? That all went fine. I know that I kind of put you in charge
Yes.
of that because
Yep.
I'm just a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, I did one more little check-in just a little while ago, so good to go. So told me to kind of wrap a little bit for the first 20 minutes or so, and then kind of get things started. So vomit, yes, thank you, dude. It says between the cold that wouldn't die and holiday exhaustion, first Thursday in a while, I feel alive. Let's do this. I agree. Uncle Spank in the house, Suki in the house, Mr. Porpoise, hello.
And Porpoise nailed it. Final TOYZ day of the year. Final
That's
TOYZ day
correct.
of the frickin'
Yeah.
year, man. We've been trying to collect a bunch of stuff, getting all the giveaways together that have been donated has been one of the lengthiest things I think I've done in forever. But I was also thinking about some of the guests, and I didn't get a chance to rally up all the guests, but General Porpoise might have been one of our first guests on, well, he was on our first YouTube episode that we ended up doing. And we barely even knew the chat, man.
Yeah, it's
become a regular.
I think you and I were both talking about kind of doing some research on some of these stats, dude. And I honestly, dude, we don't have our first few episodes on our page. It's personal.
They're scattered.
Yeah, they're kind of all over the place. And I found the one with Goblin Mob. Yeah. And then started digging a little bit more. And then our first one is in there, dude. And I think I messaged you, bro. How archaic does that first couple episodes feel to where we are now? I mean, like shit, right? But I mean, dude, those first ones, thank you, everybody who's stuck around and said, hey, this might actually turn into something. Because good Lord, those are hard to watch, man. I'm watching that and I'm just like, what is this?
We've talked about it before, even actually, man. When we discussed moving over to YouTube, we weren't sure how the gang would come over because we knew that was the biggest thing, right? One of the biggest things that we were on the IG lives, we loved the engagement from the audience. We loved how you guys were always chiming in and hanging out with us. And that's why we kind of ended up going this route. I'm sure there's other people that would probably go other routes, but we like, in my opinion, that's 50% of what our show is hanging out with the homies in the chat. And having a place where that chat replay can play as well. And I think it's gone better than we could have probably thought it was going to be transitioning over to YouTube, man.
Agreed 100%, man. And I was talking to somebody else here in the community the other day who is thinking about doing a show completely opposite of ours. I wouldn't say opposite of ours, but odd and day. It's different, but they were asking about the differences between IG Live and YouTube. And then when you start talking about it, I remember when you and I first started talking about going over to YouTube, man, I was super hesitant of like, man, is the small crowd that's with us on IG, are they going to follow over to YouTube? And sure enough, they did.
I was concerned about that exact same thing, man.
Yeah.
It's one more link for people to click on. It pulls them away from somewhere natural that they already are. And every time you do that, you're always a little concerned how many people will actually come tag along. We also IG lived our first couple. just to even make sure that the homies knew where to find us, how to find us. And here we are, man.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm going to run a couple off because I was kind of sharing them with you earlier, and I think they're impressive. But 6.7K views, we've done 106.3 hours of recorded footage. I think that was probably one of the craziest things for me, is I knew it had to be up there. We do almost 3-hour episodes, and there's 33 of them, but 106.3 hours of recorded footage. And you guys have put in 3,000 hours of watch time. We've had 123 returning viewers. So according to YouTube, that basically means individuals who come back and watch our content and have seen it previously as well. Not just people who are like, I guess I'll check it out. No, 123 returning viewers. So that's whack on me. We've had audience members come all the way from USA, Canada, Indonesia, UK, Spain, India, France, South Korea, Germany, Belgium, Italy, and Israel. We've discussed 98 under $30 pieces. And we've also looked at 102 under 1K accounts. What the heck are we talking about, man?
So let's put this into so those are great numbers. Me personally, I think those are great numbers. Also, great comment by Vomiting Droids says that, hey gang, we're moving over to the deck of the Titanic. Toy homies say, sounds good, let's roll. I like that. But yeah, man, just those stats. So look at those stats, dude, and that's 32 episodes. So let's just put it in the time frame of 100 episodes and times those by 3, right? And now we're up to 96 views. And bro, I'm excited to see what these stats are going to be at the end of next year, at the end of 23. I really do think they're going to be off the charts, man. I think we laid some pretty good groundwork here in 2022 for 6 months, right? 6 months we've been doing this, something like that.
Yeah, probably around 6 months now at this point. We got to be getting close to a year, right? We're over that half a year mark at this point because we're at 33 episodes. I can kind of add a little bit.
Dude, Recycle Galaxy, Johnny Marbs, Titty Bean, Suki, Street Fight SPDX, Pocket.
Got to put Titty Bean a little bit on the spot here, and I'm sure he's not even the only one, man. Really happy to see them in here tonight because I think HealeyMade might be like the biggest inspiration. When I first met Titty Bean and he mentioned somebody that made him want to make toys, it was HealeyMade, man. And I think we've discussed often that Titty Bean, whether it be in his professionalism or his craftsmanship, attention to detail, you can tell that he's thriving for that same level of professionalism that Mr. Healey has kind of set the bar for.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, you're right, man. I think we both probably had conversations with Titty back, let's say 2 years ago, where things were just kind of starting to get rolling. And I know that him and I were both, I honestly think he probably knew about Healey before I did. That's kind of what brought me into the community, was finding his page and then just kind of, going down the rabbit hole from there. But I remember having conversations with him about Healey in general and just his work, and how incredible it is. And then, we really got into kind of like his involvement in the community, which is something I think we're going to want to touch on tonight, where you have this guy who's kind of considered to be at the top by a lot of people, myself included, who's actively involved in our community, man, which is great. I mean, at the time, Titty Bean had what? How many followers do you think he had 2 years ago? A few hundred?
Man, dude, it's hilarious to me. It's nothing to these guys. It's all on their grind. But most of our close homies that we were really good friends with at that pandemic wave, yeah, we watched them go from that like 500 to the clap for them when they hit the 1,000, and then all of a sudden you're looking over being like 2, 3, there's a couple of those dogs for sure, man, and they've put the work in. Titty Bean, again, one of those ones that head down, chin up, just fucking always grinding, man.
Yeah, dude, he's at 3153 right now. And like you said, it's well deserved, dude. I think there's some really good lessons, and I don't know where he modeled his service after, but I know that it's pretty consistent with Healy, right? Is what we were talking about as far as being on the ball, on orders and kind of letting everybody know what's going on and just kind of being seen and staying present in the community, dude. I think Titty's done a great job of that. We've talked about the Patreon and how he just has aced that thing from the get-go. And if anybody has worked that Patreon to its fullest potential, I think, you know, Titty is, I mean, there's a glaring example of how to make that thing work for you.
All right, so we're getting sidetracked already so quick.
Yeah.
Fuck Titty Bean Toys. Talking about HealeyMade.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Carolina Cool Cat. What's up, my man? Carolina Cool Cat?
So Mr. Healey is actually chilling over in the waiting room there. I can pull him in anytime that you want, B. I am going to quickly pull up, for anybody living under a rock, I'm going to just do a quick share screen with you guys so you get a little taste of the HealeyMade page here. I would be very surprised if any of our homies here in the chat haven't already visited HealeyMade's page, but I'm going to post that in the chat comments there as well for you guys. If you haven't already, please go and check out their work. But like I said, I'd be amazed if you guys haven't.
Yeah. What are you living on the moon? You living under a rock or what?
I was hesitant to say it because it just didn't seem, it seemed too long. But when I said on the post today, almost 2 decades, it's like, no, it's I keep on replaying in my brain 2001, and it's hard not to be like 21 MF years. I don't know any other person. Anyways.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. I mean, and that's, you know, coming into this place, you know, 2 years ago now. I don't really have a sense of what it was like 2 years before. So I don't know if it was just like this small thing and there was a couple guys and all of a sudden after 2 years, or, you know, 2 years ago, it really blew up, which I think was the case. No matter how you look at it, that there was a huge influx of artists in the last 2 years.
COVID was huge. The pandemic was a huge influx. It was probably one of the biggest waves we've seen enter.
For sure,
and
man.
We're still seeing the rippling effects.
Yeah, and you know, if you do some digging, I think you and I both saw in our research, and I think it's not really new research that we've done. It's just kind of stuff that we had to hash up again to refresh our memories on some of these older interviews with Healey and Mishka and some of these other guys that they've just been around for a while. And it's just, it's this whole other, I don't want to say a whole other world because it's still the same world, but it's just crazy, man. There was a lot going on before a lot of people popped up 2 years ago. So that'll be interesting to see. One thing that I did want to cover tonight, just I'll show it right now, and then we'll circle back around it whenever we get a chance to it. But we do have a giveaway for tonight. It is the HealeyMade, the new SWWF vinyl. Anybody missed out on that, you could win one tonight. So there's that. Dude, Sidekick Labs absolutely knocked that header out of the park, dude.
I'm glad that you mentioned Sidekick, because that's one of the fucking things I want to talk about tonight.
Well, there you go. Now it's fresh on your plate, bud.
Because I don't want to make them wait in the waiting room there too much longer. But yeah, you mentioned how we wouldn't really even know what the scene was like 2 years before we entered. I'll be honest, man. I joke with some of the toy dudes sometimes that, like, have you ever seen the Highlander TV show with the fucking you know about Highlander, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the Watchers, right? At the end of the day, like, most of the toy makers are the motherfucking immortals. But then there's us Watchers who need to document and make sure that other future Watchers and immortal toy makers who enter the scene end up knowing what's what. Some of you guys are really new. Part of our show is that we often cover like really new accounts, really new artists. I'm sure some of you noticed that like we have a lot more information on some of you than others. That's going to be because you came out at like the same wave as us. We've had almost 2 years to get to know you and learn a little bit about those artists. Some of you are fresh as all hell. And then we don't really talk about the older vets all that often on our program, I find. But it would be almost ridiculous to think that you can be in this indie toy scene and not put some time into knowing who HealeyMade, Sucklord, Dollar Slice, Killer Bootlegs. Like, if you don't know those names, what's going on? Dove Kelmer, like, What are we
Yeah.
talking about? Lab Monkey number 9, like those become names that, and I would even say, let's be honest, man, like Killer, Dollar, and Lab Monkey, that's even like a pretty recent wave. That's almost like
Yeah.
Mastercasters era wave. When we're
Yeah.
looking at 2001, that blows my mind. I can't fathom what it would have been of like to be at an art gallery seeing some of these pieces 2001.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I look at, we were talking about this earlier, dude, how old we were in 2001. I didn't realize you were such a young chap. I'll be honest with you. Holy smokes, bro. You said that, and I'm just like, are you kidding me? You're
Yeah,
kidding.
my first nugget route.
Good Lord. Anyways, but yeah, man, I mean, I think Skilled One has talked before about some of the older pieces that he has, and those go to, I would say, probably before 2010, right? So there's some older pieces in there, but to go back even further, what was it like, dude? What was it like, from now or from then to now? It's, I'm
Well, in
sure, different.
2014, even, I would say like San Diego Comic Con 2014. Some of us kind of remember seeing that date sticking around or popping up on eBay grabs and stuff. 2014 seems
Yeah.
even kind of like where there might have been some hype. 2001, 2006. We talked
Yeah.
about.
Carolina Cool Cat. I was one in
Oh,
2000.
shut the hell up.
Oh man. 2001, I was part of the workforce, man. My schooling was just about done, and oh, Carolina Cool Cat, you're
I can
evil.
almost picture it right now. Mr. Healy ended up going, I'm going to do toys for the rest of my life. And at that exact same moment, Carolina Cool Cat's mother just let out a belting scream, and this fucking kid shot out into the universe. And
Yeah, dude. By the way, Carolina Cool Cat, dude, I did a post today on that squash. That was sick, dude. That was a fun one to take pictures of. Nice job on that Carolina Cool Cat, by the way. Hello, what's happening, man? Jazzy Jazz in the house. Yeah.
yeah, so you guys would have been renegade age, maybe it's involving droids, 23 maybe. I can't count. So yeah, it's like renegade age. You guys were nomads at that time. Yeah, the dream was still fresh. Your souls were still hungry.
Oh man, Jazz Wizard. So yeah, man, it's and that's just something that I don't think we usually talk about a lot, or that a lot of people don't talk about until something happens, right? Until somebody dies or passes away, or something significant happens. Sometimes we don't hear about, like, some of this old stuff until it's like, oh yeah, well, this guy's gone now, but I remember way back when. So anyways, that'll be another interesting point to talk about tonight.
Last little quick tidbit. Did you also find it almost surprising that for a 20-year decade, what is up with you people? Aren't you fascinated by Healy? There is not enough content. You can find you can see Sucklord's face on Suck Hour and Suckadelic, and you can find
Yeah.
Dove Calmer a bajillion hours. Where's all the Healy content?
You know what, man? That's very funny you say that. You got to dig a little bit, right? Which is cool. Kind of adds to the mystery a little bit. But when Hurt Toys was coming around, we did the same thing that you and I have just been doing for the last couple of days, is trying to find Healy interviews, and then pausing to make notes about process and stuff like that. Especially on the Suck Hour, there was a lot of that stuff in there. If you listen up and you're patient enough, you'll find a little gem here and there. But yeah, dude, it's
You want to talk about creepy? I was sifting through old forums where it just so happened, this is like pre-Instagram, so of course you've got
yeah,
HealeyMade and people talking about this work. Check out this marbling. This guy's insane. He's gonna cause waves. And you feel like you're in a time capsule reading these forums, just being like,
yeah. It's a trip, man. It's a trip, and think of it this way: is that sort of content, right, that you're talking about, where you've had to dig somebody up in a forum, dude, that content's being created as we speak. You know what I mean? Will in a few years, or who knows, and maybe in a few months, somebody will pop up and we'll dig back and go, man, where'd this guy come from, or girl come from, or kid come from, or whatever it is.
man, to be young, naive, and just discovering HealeyMade again for the first time.
It's a good time.
What do you say? Do we pull them in?
Let's do it.
I love it. All right. We suck at this too, of course. We've seen them sitting there for a while. We'll just throw them into the wolves. We don't even like send a little message or anything. Mr. Healey, how are you today?
I think you might be on mute.
Might be on mute.
There it is.
Silly Zoom.
All right, I got you.
There he is.
What's up,
What
guys?
a rookie. What a rookie gets on here.
I know.
Audio right away. Who are you?
I did cellular. Is that the right one? Or should I have done? Yeah.
There you go. Well, the Christmas tree is looking good, my friend.
Yeah, man.
That you were coming back. It looks like it's still alive. It's still kicking,
It's
man.
still going. Yeah, there was water in it when we got back. So
Nice. I use a fake tree, so we don't have that problem. It's just too much of a pain in the ass, you know?
no, I hear you. I grew up with a fake tree, but now we get one of these every year. So
Nice. Looking good, man. So you're just coming back from Boston. What's going on in Boston?
Boston, we went to New Hampshire, which is my partner Ryan, her family is from up there. So we spent Christmas with her mom and sister, New Hampshire, Seacoast area. So and then into Boston and then back to New York. So
Nice. Is that a Yankees hat? I'm just gonna ask you straight up, man. Is that a Yankees hat? It's not a Yankees hat. So
Nope.
I had
a lot of Yankees hats though.
Yeah, I know you do. I had a list of questions for you, man. And through my research, I was telling Crumbs, I'm like, dude, I think I'm answering a lot of my questions as I'm doing some of this research. And
Okay.
I was going to do a lot of like, hey, this or that, like Yankees or Mets. And then I find out that you're definitely Yankees.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Giants or Jets, definitely Giants.
Definitely. Yeah.
Which is cool. I will sport a Giants hat. I will not sport a Yankees hat, but that's very cool, man. Were sports big for you growing up or not really?
No, I mean, I wasn't into them that much, but I was into like the visual stuff from them and the characters and like the players. And then afterwards I realized I'm like, oh, I think I like sports. It's just in a different way. But in high school, I ran track, I played football and stuff like that. And that was just like I didn't watch, I guess I watched a little bit of football, but not die hard. So I wanted to play it more than I wanted to sit and watch it, kind of just to see what it was about and stuff. So
yeah.
Uh,
The New York sports scene, man, that's a tough one.
I kind of like, I don't watch baseball. I'll listen to it at the studio and I'll wear the hat and people start talking to me about games. And I'm like I'm not that, I'm not talking about who's trading this and all that stuff. So I've gotten more into football in the past couple of years. I really like watching the Chiefs a lot too. I never liked like the good team. Like whenever like the Cowboys or the Rams, I was always like, I'm not into it. But with Mahomes, I really like watching the games. They're really great. So
dude, very fast paced for an NFL game. I mean, especially in the last couple of years with the speed that they have. But you're right, almost like a different, I don't want to say a different brand of football, but it's definitely more exciting.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I think it's spreading around. Like once other teams must be like, oh yeah, you can do this, so
yeah, exactly. Exactly, man.
Yeah.
It
It's
can
like
be fast like
right?
this. Yeah, right. Exactly. Speaking of that, geez, we should probably talk about toys or art or something like that.
Whatever. Yeah.
Crumsy, what do you got, buddy? I know you got some hot takes there.
I never have hot takes, but Healey, I've got to let you know, man, it is insane to me. I was talking to B about this. You don't age. You don't age. What the fuck?
I know. I always wanted to be a vampire, and I think somehow I got my wish.
You're just a casting of yourself. That's what I think is going on. You have a casting of a Healey face you painted up years ago, and you wear that.
No, that's it. I don't drink alcohol at all. So I always think that maybe that's it. I don't know. Maybe that's it. But I worry all the time. I'm stressed all the time. So I think toys are like, they do something because Morgan's the same way. Like he doesn't look his age. And I was watching it was like 60 Minutes or something. And they were interviewing a guy who owned the company that did like Angry Birds and everything. So this guy is like living in like playland his whole life. And it was the same thing. It was like, whoa, like this guy doesn't look as old as he is. And I wonder if like being around things that you like a kid just keeps you in that kind of younger frame, Plus I don't have kids. That's another thing. So yeah. But
that's the ticket right there, man.
That might be it. That might be it. Yeah.
But you're right, man. It's I mean, God, did you ever seen pictures of Abraham Lincoln before the Civil War and after the Civil War?
Oh yeah, totally.
I mean, having kids, it's similar, right?
I would assume so. My one friend, like, yeah, he's weird though. He doesn't age that much either. And we were wondering, like, man, we got to hit a reunion. Like, people are going to be like, whoa, like, what happened? But
it's the resin.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
It's got to be the resin fumes, man. It's in the pores. It just preserves it. That's what's
I
up
hope
now.
not. I hope not, because that could have a horrible ending.
So we were trying to figure out, man, just kind of like the whole timeline of HealeyMade. When I was at DCon this year, Fletch's booth was right next to Godbeast, and I got a chance to talk to Marty for a little bit, and he mentioned that he had you way back in the day when you were kind of just starting to get things rolling. And man, I wish he had more stories on that, because I'm kind of like, once I heard your name, I'm like, all of a sudden I'm interested in this guy, right? And what year was that? Did he say, I want to say he said 2013, or am I off?
I mean, I met Marty, or I think I came into Marty's like orbit when I started doing resin. That's the thing. Like, I started doing this stuff a long time ago, but the resin I didn't really start until like around maybe 2010. But like everything I did prior to that was when, all the 3 3/4 stuff, like the G.I. Joe Star Wars, like that was all done for a show in 2006. So I had done everything. I just hadn't been making editions yet. And like the Star Wars wrestlers, like the first 6 were done in like 2006. So I always think it was important that I didn't know how to do, or didn't even mess with resin at first, because in order to make more stuff, I had to make all one of a kind things. So I made so many series because that's what I did with my time. So it's like, once it came time to actually have the ability to make multiples, I could pick from a lot of stuff, or pick from like 2 things that I had made and then combine them and stuff like that. I feel like when people always ask like, what should I do in resin? What's that? Like, make 6 figures, like just 6 characters, and then make another 6 characters. That's how I would do it when I first started with like the little, like the 1/35th scale military stuff. Because I just wanted to, like, I was doing like chess things. So I would make like a king character, a queen. I'd do all those kind of like archetypes. It's almost like giving myself like a crash course in character design, And I think had I made something really cool and then just started making a bunch of it, I feel like I might have missed out on some of the other ideas, But like the idea for Bellum, what, like the helmet down and that thing, like that's like first couple months I had that idea, and then it kind of came through later on. I have so many things in the past that I can kind of pull up and combine them into the production stuff now,
Yeah. I was poking B about this because, admittedly, personally, where I get a little bit clouded up with your history even is the 2001 era. Would that have been when you probably would have moved to Manhattan, or would that be when you got like that infamous box of like beater toys?
Oh yeah, 2001 was move to Manhattan, go to a hobby shop before I even had a job waiting tables, and then like I bought to me a 1/35th scale, like the German BMW World War II thing with the sidecar, and I bought it because I was like, oh, I'm gonna start building models again. But then I was just like, I should just do something different with these, And that, like, literally, the windowsill that's behind the Christmas tree. I mean, it's been renovated since then, but that's where I used to work. That's where I made like the first editions, was just doing it because I was like, oh, I'm in New York, I'm only from Jersey, but when you come here, it's kind of like you're a little scared, like, oh shit, like this is the real deal here. So I was like, let me do something, and I kept just making figures, and I don't know where the hell it was coming from, because I had never really, I was into toys, I built models, but to like suddenly become like creative with it, or more creative with it, it might have just been because I felt like I'd just moved here, so.
And of course, internet's not really big at this time. It's not as though there's just like tons of message boards and forums of guys exchanging information on model building.
No. I mean, you'd get like a model builder magazine and like look at stuff, or like, it was weird. Like now there's stuff everywhere, but I think not having the internet at the beginning, very important. you know, because I was just making stuff for myself. I was just making stuff for myself, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll like these look cool. These are kind of like Star Wars. I knew that Star Wars was made by kit bashing, you know, concepts and physical models. And when I would go to the hobby shop, I would just ask the guy, I'm like, I'm making these things. They're kind of like, what do I do with that? Like, could I design characters? And he was just like, wow, like you can't do that. Like it's not something, you know, he was right the way he was thinking about it. You know, he had no idea what I was gonna actually do. But and I just kept doing it. And then I went my first time abroad, I went to Scotland, and that just blew everything open because I'd never been anywhere like really, you know, outside the East Coast and stuff like that. And it just did something where I was like, I want to like show people these things now, you know, because it made it like there's like I don't know what happened, but it made me want to start sharing it with people, you know. So
Do you think that was from, so I'm just guessing, you know, when you got into it, there was, like you said, there was a guy that was saying, no, you can't do that. Were you also getting a lot of positive feedback though? People saying, hey man, that's dope, man. I think you got something there.
Yeah, I think it was just like with the early stuff, it's so small, it's so intricate. I was like a maniac painting it, you know, kind of like the way I still am now. But I felt like, you know, people were just, I was like, this is cheating because it's like I should be making some art. I should be like painting something that hasn't been painted yet and stuff like this. Like people really like this shit. And I'm like, of course they like it. Like who doesn't like looking at a train set around Christmas or a dollhouse or, you know,
Yeah.
like there's some kind of thing where you can just draw people in more when something's small. Like our perception of time is different when we look at miniatures, you know. And another thing was it was a big factor. All my stuff is highly militarized, you know, because I was like a model builder. Like I know gear. I'm not a gun person, but I know, you know, silhouettes of aircraft, tank, you name it. Like just from being a model builder. And I was like, if this stuff is going to be art, like I think it's too violent, you know. I think it's too like people don't want to deal with this kind of stuff. And then 9/11 happened, like 3 months into doing it, and then all of a sudden I was like, oh, now everybody is being bombarded with the visualizations of violence and bombings and weapons and stuff like that. So it kind of worked. Like the hooded Fett is really like the Abu Ghraib kind of prison thing, you know, like it's kind of happening like after that. Like that's what it represented to me. And it was weird because I realized that it was like the sexiness of weaponry was something that was being like put into the media now, you know, and like violence and you know, fighting and war was all of a sudden here now. So it was like it was more part of pop culture than it was 3 months prior. You know what I mean? So
man, what a trippy time for all that to be happening at trying to like kind of find your footing, it sounds like, then for that to happen and almost derail it in a sense. Interesting, man. Now, a lot of your stuff, we've talked before about just kind of the nostalgic feel, color palettes and whatnot. Always been a part of your thought process of going into, hey, man, I want to make this piece that maybe looks like a military piece, but then also will kind of bring the consumer in and hit some sort of nostalgic note, whether it's G.I. Joe or He-Man or whatever it may be.
Yeah, I think like in the beginning, the stuff was more original. Like I don't know, you've probably seen some of the real small stuff I used to do. Like and it was like they looked like insects, they looked like samurai. There was like that general thing.
Yeah.
And then people would say like that looks like Star Wars, and I would be like, that's so weird. Like there's no Star Wars in it, but I guess just like doing this ends up looking like something that or Mad Max. Like my father would always say, this looks like something from Mad Max or something. When I started doing the color stuff was late, like, you know, maybe a few years after that, I had like a giant visible man, you know, like the anatomical guy.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I should paint this like Skeletor. But then instead of using, like, I actually used the real yellow skull. And that was like a thing where it was just like, oh, like that was the first time I did that. And then like people really like, you know, I think people really accepted that as like, this is like a thing to paint something a different color that gives out stuff, you know, because the original 3 3/4 line, the Star Wars head, Star Wars body with the G.I. Joe head, those are all painted the original ones in just straight model colors. So they're
Right.
really militaristic, like, 5,000 different kinds of olive drab and blacks and grays and stuff like that. And then I got into the more poppy stuff, that representing Skeletor or like Masters Universe a lot, because those colors are so identifiable,
Yeah.
Uh,
Is that kind of where, so I know you love that drab green, man. That Raider, oh man, how many different color green Raiders do you have now just in blanks? I'd say there's probably at least 3 or 4, right? I'd say probably more like.
I mean, the Turtles made 4 there, but
yeah.
But yeah, it is kind of like, yeah, I love green. It's probably one of my favorite colors and stuff. And then olive, like being not green, but actually yellow and black, I think is really kind of interesting. I'm a bit really into olive. And I don't know, I think, it's just something cool about blending in with nature. There's something like respectful about that, to me at least,
They look great in a row, man. I'll tell you that when you kind of get that color fade when they're all lined up together, it's very very eye pleasing for sure.
Yeah, working with China is great because they I don't use I think there's a couple editions I tried using Pantone on, but I just didn't like it. I had to hand paint it and then send it to them because they just matched it perfectly. So like a lot of those colors are not Pantone colors. They're just whatever I happen to mix together, So I don't think I could do the Raiders just with a Pantone book. Like they wouldn't look the same way, or any of the Glyos stuff, Japan, I use Pantone. It works a little bit better on the vinyl, because it's, I don't know, you kind of know what you're getting a little bit more. Yeah.
That being said, man, and I hope you don't like mind my kind of diving into it. It is almost kind of bizarre knowing. Well, appreciate it. It's interesting to me how you go from model building to 3.75, almost like a Kit Bash-esque kind of style. Evolve that over into like molding and casting. To now we're at a point where you've actually got multiple Sofubi vinyls being pulled. You've also got multiple productions of Glyos figures being made. On top of you're still delivering resin figures. Was that ever in your mind of like did you think, I know you would probably plan on producing some figures, but did you ever think that you would have such a wide portfolio of figures to offer?
I don't think with this, it's just like, I don't really plan it, but once things start coming together, I'm always been a fan of like the Trident thing where you have like the sub base, the land base, and the air base kind of nuclear arsenal. So I always see as like the New York stuff, the China stuff, and the Japan stuff the same way. And plus it rotates. So, I'm not hitting like a resin collector 3 times a month. I'll try to hit different people and stuff like that. So it's fun. You're making up your little men. So there's like this weird thing where you're like, I'm commanding these armies and like who's going to march forward now and who's going to stay back and, all that stuff. It makes it fun.
Plus, you often generally get to collaborate with some pretty interesting artists when you do these as well, it would seem.
Oh yeah, totally. Like working with Steve Geddes is just nuts. I knew Andrew, I think I met Andrew like 2013 or something. And I knew who his dad was and stuff like that. And then he started working for Super 7. And then I don't know how we got on the thing. He came by the studio one time and I was like, did you want to? And because I was in line to do Super 7 stuff at the time, which took like 5 years to get it done. But yeah, and then I was like, hey, do you want to do something? He was in my studio and yeah, it just worked out. We keep it chill, like I don't have the demands of Super 7 on him. Like, I'm like, dude, if we do a figure every year, that's cool. Like we're working on the 4th one now. And I was like, I'm not giving you any updates for a month. Like I got to chill and then we'll get back to it and stuff. Same thing with Noya in Japan too. That's kind of fun because it's like, hey, I made these things like this. I want these transferred into like a Japanese vinyl thing. I don't want you to make these exact same things. Like do your thing, Same thing with Steve, just do your thing. Send me the bill,
Yeah.
But they're great. I mean, both of them are so talented. And Kate, who I worked with on the Knights of Ren and stuff, they're so good at what they do. You don't have to worry about them. Like if the figure is not exactly what you think, it's probably better because of their skills as sculptors that are making these things,
Yeah. So I want to backtrack just a little bit to kind of when you were getting started. And a lot of these guys, I think that are, or artists, I should say, that have started in the last couple of years, there's certain people that they look up to and say, hey, I really wish my stuff could be like that. You know, we were talking about like Titty Bean early, and him and I had conversations earlier on, as he did with Crumbs, about looking at different art and saying, hey, I wish my stuff will look like that one day. And I'll be on that one day. And your name came up multiple times. But that being said, when you were getting into it, was there anybody that you were looking at saying, man, like who was the Healey before Healey was Healey? You know what I mean?
Yeah, my whole thing was like what I was doing seemed very different from what was going on at the time. Because I started working at Toy Tokyo, and like, you know, KAWS was like just starting to really get going, you know.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy, but everybody knew about him. My stuff was very different than his, you know. So I wasn't trying to be KAWS. But I think like KAWS and like Pete Fowler and stuff, and like stuff that Futura was doing, I think there's a lot of people that are just, and like Metacom was like was there. So like all the little things that came after Bear Brick, whether they be Key Bears or Dunnies, like those things exist because of, you know, Bear Bricks, you know. And I felt like I wasn't getting that much action. I was doing well, I was selling pieces, but I wasn't like getting deals, you know. And to me, I literally had the feeling of like, oh, they just don't know what's cool yet, you know. And it just felt like it's just not, it's not happening right now in terms of people being like, all right, we're gonna make your figure. I thought I wanted that. I think I definitely wanted that, but everybody was like, they were just like, I don't know, like this isn't look like everything else that everybody else is doing right now. And even though it sucked, like, you know, I was a pretty like, what the fuck for like a decade or so, you know. But it was cool though, because I was just like, they just don't fucking know, you know. And not that it's up to them, but I'm just like, it's my job to do something different. It's not my job to do what somebody else is doing, you know, or try to do it better, which is even like worse, you know.
You know, absolutely.
So it's a weird thing. I feel bad. I don't like, I think people in the scene now, they get into the scene and then they're inspired and stuff. Like, it's a whole different thing. Like I just was like wandering around and wanted to do this, you know. So by not, like, people are like, oh, you don't look at stuff too much. I'm like, it doesn't really, like, I still need to create stuff, you know. So I don't, like, that stuff wasn't there when I started. Like the stuff that I was looking into is, I still have more to look into, like old science fiction movies, old artwork, just movies, just music, anything that can inspire me. Because I wasn't really inspired by what I was seeing online and even in person, like the other like creators, small time people that were doing handmade stuff. We were all so different that it wasn't like we all just accepted the fact that we're making very different things. Like if you look at like me, Morgan, and say Scott Wilkowski, you know, the three of us are very different, you know. And it's everyone's oh, you and Morgan, but Scott's like a big thing. I mean, Scott wasn't doing 3 3/4. I mean, he messes around with stuff like that now, but in terms of just being someone who's making objects out of resin uniquely, you know, Scott is like, Scott, I remember Scott and I always joke. I'm like, I remember seeing your website and being like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, oh shit. You know, I forgot, he was like Wax Bean Studios originally or something like that.
Oh, but, wow. That's funny.
Yeah, and we always talk about it because we see like the waves, and we're just like, you know, someone comes up and, you know, like they're just like all like visually so different than us, but they're like, I'm like, did we kind of start this? This is so weird, you know, like, but it's just it was a different time then, you know. And it wasn't like I think Killer represents the beginning of like people being like, what is that? I'm gonna do that, you know. Like, I mean, the fact that has bootlegs in his name, to me it seemed appropriate, because it was like he was bootlegging an idea that was happening, you know what I mean? Whereas more, you know, like the whole crazy shit, card, all that stuff, like that's 100% Morgan. You know, that's why I don't do cards. It's because I know Morgan, I knew Morgan's work. And if I were to start putting shit on cards and saying that the figure is all fucked up for this reason or that reason, like I'd be doing what Morgan was doing, you know?
Right. Right.
You
Right.
know, so yeah, it was just a thing. But I think once shit's online, you're kind of like, oh shit. Like it's like looking at like recipes, like over the holidays. I was like, how do I make these cookies? You know, like it's kind of like that, you know. So which is cool because it's like everybody should do it, you know. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it or try to do the same exact thing as other people. It's almost like skateboarding. You see somebody do a trick and you're like, fuck, I want to learn how to do that, you know. So
Yeah.
but
Let me ask you this, man. So staying on that same topic of trying to do what you do, why is it? And maybe it could be a couple of things, man. Maybe because maybe it's out of respect. Why is it that nobody really casts your stuff? You know, like you'll see a lot of people, even killer bootlegs, right?
mhm.
Star Killer, other characters, just characters in general that people are making repops of and putting different heads on, doing a lot of kit bashing and stuff. Your stuff on the other end, I don't know if it could be that, you know, people don't want to ruin that, or people put good money into it and they don't want to do it. Or do you think it's maybe a little bit of a respect where they're just like, dude, that's a Healy piece. I am not even going to attempt to try to cast that.
It could be any of those. I think it also
Yeah.
could be just different. It could be different audience, you know,
Yeah.
like a different audience kind of participation level and stuff like that. Like I love, you know, my thing is like really what you know about me is my photography of these things that I make. So I feel like people using photography with my work is like the equivalent of turning their figure into Phantom Starkiller, maybe, or something like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And plus he's just so like Phantom Starkiller, you know, it's just like it's ubiquitous kind of. So I think with my stuff, it's almost like, oh, like I don't want to do that because then I have to wait a year to get it if he reissues it or something like that, you know. So I don't know. I mean, it used to bother me sometimes when people would paint stuff, but then I was like, you know, like that was just a while ago. Now I realize like I'm good. You know what I mean? Like this
Yeah.
whole thing is absolutely wonderful. So like, you know, I had a bit of, you know, in the beginning, everybody gets a little jumpy and like, oh shit, and, you know, you're just
Yeah.
unsure. Like, is this thing really going to work? Do I have to be careful? Am I going to lose it to somebody else? But it's like, there's hardly anybody really doing this. The audience is not that large, so it only can grow, you know. And I think most people will benefit from that, you know. Dove's been telling me that for years, but I've always just been a little bit like sketched out, you know. But
you know, and I few just a few things pop up recently about adults, you know, kind of being more getting into the collecting field. Now they're talking about commercial stuff, right? But I think if someone is in that realm of kind of looking for commercial stuff, they may dig a little bit further on Instagram and see and find this community, which kind of brings me back to, you know, a question. And Crumbs, I don't know if you wanted to jump in as well, but we were kind of talking about 2 years ago, and when COVID came around and this huge influx of artists, fans, consumers, just in general, myself included. Do you think that will stick around? I know that there's some people that have started within the last 2 years and then left. But to me, it seems like everything kind of is getting bigger and bigger and building up and building up. Do you get that sense from, you know, let's say 2010, that this community is still growing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like in the first things, like, you know, once Killer got into it and like people like Dollar Slice, like the time between Killer and Dollar Slice to me seems like a long time because I think I was paying more attention then. I was going to decon. I was more aware of stuff, you know. I really have no idea about what's going on. It seems like it's just gonna just keep going because I think it might be a new like pastime. It's not a new pastime. I think it's people have always made figures. You know, people have always made their own customs. The best shit we'll never probably see because it's just some dude, you know, like to be honest, there's people that could just mop the floor skill wise with everybody in the scene, you know, like serious model builders and stuff like that. So I think it's going to go on. I think there's an aspect of it that's like we make objects, we want to share them. So I think it's nice that online is here because it's like it enables you to share stuff. It enables you to sell stuff. You can trade, so I think it's just like a different way of just playing with your figures. You know what I mean? I think even when we were kids, people were painting their figures. And maybe at one point somebody was like, I'll trade you 2 of my regular G.I. Joes for that one that you painted. That's the beginning of whatever it is we're doing now, I think, or what a lot of people are doing. I'm in a different thing right now with like the production thing. And I'm just like, what is happening? Like I just got the shipment from China for like the next 6 months, of Blyos releases. And it's just like,
wow.
Just like, wow, like that's all right. I'll start thinking about what's coming late summer now, and stuff like that. But it's a whole different thing. Like it's still exciting to see in person the first time. But I mean, I hand painted these things and sent them to China over the summer. So I've just been waiting and waiting, and now they're finally here. And then now I'm like, I can't wait to start getting them out because I need space in my studio. So
that's funny, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We were talking before about how far ahead you really are in your figures, man. And Crumbs, we were right in the neighborhood, right? Like, dude, he's probably got the next half year to year planned out.
We were calculating what we know you have coming in from Japan basically and China, and then going, okay, well, if you had even just 2 colorways of each one, he's easily got every week for the next year plotted out, not counting resin drops.
Yeah, no, totally. It kind of works. Yeah, it's pretty the Japanese stuff I don't do every month because I'm trying to like really figure out what I want to do with Japan, because it's like it's very different than the little $25 Glyos things, because those things are just like everybody, and it's like it's the same form. So buying the same form is like, okay, but if they're painted really cool, yeah, I'm in for 25. Vinyl's different because it's more expensive. It's the exact same form. So how many of these things am I really going to buy for like 3 times the price of like a Glyos? That's what I think about, So
yeah, man. So this Saturday, we're getting a painted version of the new Glyos, correct?
Yeah, the new first full paint trooper. So
nice, the first full paint trooper. So, and these are hand painted by you?
Oh no, these are painted over in China. I hand paint the original ones, send them over, and then like they just, the cost on these, because the first edition, you have all the mask prices are worked into the thing. So it's when I saw how much the unit price is I'm paying on these things, I was like, Jesus. But it's cool. It's like, because they're different, it's not a Super 7 figure. It's very different. Like they're almost like models, especially like the next 3 editions. What I'm kind of doing is, I'll give it away, whatever. I'm trying to keep like all 3 figures with the same exact palette, so that when you can do the interchange, you can really like, it looks official because all the colors are consistent and stuff like that. So I'll be doing that like twice over the next 6 months. So, but yeah, these are cool. They're different. There's not there's not that many of them really. There's hundreds of them, but it's not like thousands or 1,000 even, which is a lot. So I think it's kind of cool. And I think over the long term, I think they might be kind of cool collectible things, like if whatever I'm doing ever gets bigger, even if it gets twice as big as it is now, those things are going to be like pretty sought after, I hope, just because of the numbers of them,
Yeah.
So, but
wow, man.
That is a comically humble thing to hear you say. Sorry. Like it too humble, man. They might be highly sought. Fuck yes, they will be.
The only thing I regret is like not like stamping my name on them, because I'm like, they're gonna end up at a garage sale when I'm like long gone. I was gonna be like, what the hell is this thing? And unless they're with the bag, whatever. Nobody will remember me.
Yeah.
But whatever. Man.
We talk about that all the time, actually. And that's one of like my like biggest like, I don't know if it's a fear or something I look forward to, when we all pass away and these toys end up in fucking weird ass bins and someone's looking at this toy going, what the is this?
Yeah.
Just no clue.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. I always think, because I collect too, and I collect mostly like 80s stuff. And I have so much stuff, and like I've looked at it for forever, and I'm just like, like, what am I doing with this stuff? Like, should I just sell it? I have so many friends that are dealers that would just be like, get it, do the whole thing, and then I'm like, and then I could like maybe think about like buying a house or something like normal, because it's like, I'll be 46 next month, and I'm like, okay, yeah, the prices of Joe's are high right now and Star Wars and all that stuff, but like once like we're all like too old to be spending money on stupid shit like that, like who's gonna want that stuff? I see that the values are going to go down when we realize that, like, oh shit, we got to retire now. Like nobody's, who's like, are there younger people that are interested in 70s and 80s toys? Like, or do you have to wait until someone like comes out of Christie's that knows their shit, and then it's like, does that make it more important?
I usually call it's like the Big Brother effect, right, man? Like, I think there'll always be that younger generation that they saw the cool kids playing with it, and so they still have that fond memory, even if they didn't have a connection to it. There's still that fondness that somebody they looked up to or admired really cherished that item, and then that almost like makes it even more sought after.
We'll see. If not, I'm just gonna make Minecraft toys just in case.
That's so funny, man. One of my nieces is just getting into Minecraft. She gave me the over Christmas break. So that's funny. So, and
Paw Patrol. I'm gonna do
my God. Paw Patrol's another one. Bluey.
Yeah.
What's up with Bluey?
I know Bluey. Yeah. I've seen Bluey before. Yep.
Bluey's another one. But anyway, so going back to what you were just saying, man, and kind of keeping that, I don't know what you would call it, right? Is it keeping the community going, or when guys our age, or just artists or people our age kind of get to that point to where the nostalgic of the 80s, 90s stuff is gone, right? That's, let's say, 2 generations gone now. Is it the stuff today that's going to be, the He-Man and the G.I. Joe of 20 or 30 years? And is there going to be people that are really into it, trying to make, their own thing? It's a very interesting way to look at it. Is where do you stand on it? Do you think it's something that's just kind of die out with us?
I think to the extreme of the 80s, because Power Rangers was on, but I was in high school. I wasn't like diehard. Maybe watched it a little bit, but nowhere near what I was into in terms of Star Wars and all that stuff. So it seems like there's a little, I know there's people that still love 90s shit, and still love Power Rangers and all that, and even Turtles, which was like a little bit late for me, So I want to know if it's like kind of descending from the 80s, because it's like, I don't know, I'm not sure if there's as many people that are like interested in Power Rangers that as there were like kids that are 10 years or adults that are 10 years older that are into G.I. Joe. And Star Wars is a whole different thing. That's sure. Like, that's like, I don't know how, it's like sports almost, It's
just always going to be there.
Similar to the Beatles, like two things that I love incredibly, Star Wars and the Beatles, and the Yankees. It's like, this forever.
Yankees forever. Listen to this guy.
No, not really, not like that, but I like a close game, so
that's funny.
If you don't mind my kind of asking, man, like what did the landscape kind of look like for you between even like that 2001 to like 2006, let's say, for a start show? I'm curious, like what the indie toy scene, art toy scene, like what were you guys even kind of referring to? What the hell you were doing back then at that point?
I didn't consider myself to be part of like the scene. I felt like I was like trying to be something like it was like Pete Fowler and like James Jarvis and Futura scene. I'm trying to think, like Nathan Jervicius was kind of like second generation Pete Fowler, but Michael Lau, was huge, Murakami, like, just the fact that he was doing that and it was like kind of related to toys. So I just felt like I was just like, I was doing my thing. I wanted to be part of it and I put in good work, that's the thing. And in a weird way, it was almost like more intricate, more interesting because I wasn't trying to mass produce shit. So I would just go bananas on pieces for like little, like, or probably decent sized group shows, you know, and people would always be like, holy shit, who's this maniac? But it was like, I wasn't important enough for someone to buy stuff, you know, a couple times though, like weird. That's one time I did a show and this like woman from Saudi Arabia just came to the show and was just like, bam, and bought it for, and I put like a high price on it because I wanted to keep it. And that was weird because it's like, oh, that's someone that actually just likes it. She doesn't care how popular I am or anything like that, you know. But I was always just like trying to be one of the people. And I knew it would be cool because I'd be different. You know, I wasn't gonna be someone that was doing repetitive stuff of what was already going on, you know, and like a lot of the artists like my stuff when I would talk to them, you know, and that always meant a lot to me too. Like Tristan Eaton was in the scene and like the shows, and he was just like, whoa, like this is really cool, man, you know. And it was just cool like knowing that like he really meant it, you know, because I wasn't biting on him or anything like that. It was like my own thing, you know. Scene was like super like supportive and shit like that, where he like took a double take and was like, whoa, like what the fuck, you know, like you like building models, that's awesome, you know, and you're doing this shit. Like I didn't think that was a thing, you know. So I just kind of hung out. I was around for a lot of shit, you know. I worked at Toy Tokyo. I went to Japan in 2003, which just like blew my mind, you know. And yeah, over there was cool because everybody, what I was doing was more popular over there, where there's just dudes that own model shops and they're in there all day making shit. So I had like just like regular photos in the book, and I would bring over and show people, and they were just like, "Wow, there's an American that does this. That's awesome," you know. So just always got good reception, you know, from the right people. Like I had an album cover under my belt by like 2004. Um, Hooked up with that Peter Seidler artist. I don't know if you've listened to the interviews. I've mentioned him before. And he was just like, this shit's awesome. Just make it. And then I'll make it gigantic, you know, because he was like a real deal artist. So like that was cool too. Cause it was like being accepted, not in the scene, but like in a whole different world, you know, and stuff. So it's always gotten better every day since the very beginning. Every day. I've never had a day where it's like, oh, this shit's going down. You know, like it's been really enjoyable for sure, you know.
And sticking with that, as far as you know, the content, I've actually talked before of just kind of like everyday life being you know, content that you could make stuff out of. We just talked about Star Wars, how that'll always be there. Is that something that you always kind of plan on dipping back into, is the nostalgic feel? I mean, some of the stuff doesn't have a lot of nostalgic feel. You know, some of your stuff I think has incredible nostalgic, and then other stuff is just not at all. You know what I mean? Like Bellum, that's just something completely different to me in vinyl. But is that something that you kind of see yourself sticking with, is the nostalgia, or maybe moving away from that?
I like different aspects of it. I think like there's flash is part of it too, like the New York, like neon marble, like that whole thing too, which I still do. But I feel like right now I've really been like interested in like, you know, like Sid Mead and like Ralph McQuarrie and like that part of this stuff, which is the real like beginning of it, you know, or just not the beginning of it, but it's like if you're interested in it and you're collecting, like everybody has respect for that kind of stuff, you know, people that would never be caught dead at decon, you know, like because they're like, no, I like fantasy and science fiction and stuff like that. Like I feel lately I've been like leaning into that more so, like especially with the next couple editions of Glyos. You know, it's really just like these things look like people, you know what I mean? Like the colors and stuff like that are not, these aren't designed to look like toys. These colors are designed to look like clothing more so, you know. You'll get it when Saturday comes along. But and I think just in terms of like business wise, like trying to get that audience like looking my way, like real Star Wars collectors like collect my stuff, you know, and want series of them. Like, you know, it's not that they just want one figure because they know I make these things. They're like, oh shit, I want every wrestler. You know, like the wrestlers have just been like crazy, you know, how into that people are. And I know I could just keep making them because it's not like I'm not selling them to someone who's like, oh, there's only 10 and that's why I like it. Like I'm selling them to people who are like serious collectors who want a full set. I mean, how many people want every wrestler that have DM'd me? And it's like, yeah, that's great. I mean, that's an incredible payday, but it's impossible for me to do, you know? And I think because of that, because of the way I have to do it, it just makes it like, oh, this is my job, you know? Like I'm working on another, you know, reissue edition right now. It's not, I do enjoy doing it, but I'm like, I always wonder, am I limiting myself? Should I be doing more creative stuff? You know, like, should I be trying more like weird stuff? I still do that every once in a while, but like, you know, the wrestlers, I don't want to leave people hanging. You know, I want this to keep going because I mean, I like it too, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think like I've just been interested in more in like real science fiction stuff lately, you know?
Yeah.
Like why all the stuff that we're riffing on existed in the first place, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, Ralph McQuarrie. So Jazz Wizard says, all hail McQuarrie. McQuarrie's got some really cool stuff, man. I've seen a lot of those concepts that they do. Going back to some of what you were talking about, the model building, man, if you scroll back far enough on your page, you'll see some of those really intricate military themed, I guess you'd say, models. Is that something that you still mess around with in your free time, or?
I don't, and I'm just like, I should, you know, like, because it's like, those were like, they're one of a kind. I still have boxes and boxes and boxes of characters and stuff. And I never wanted to sell them because there's only one. I didn't really want to sell anything until I started making editions, you know? So, but now I realize like, oh, you know what? Like if I did do a really nice singular piece, like my audience is big enough and I think supportive enough where someone would be willing to like, okay, this is something different, you know, like I understand why this is more valuable and stuff, you know? But I still have all the original stuff just because I want to hang on to it and the concepts I still pull from. So I tried, Brian at Super 7 was interested in trying to accomplish one of those like heavily mechanized things, you know, and like an ultimate scale at one point. But like, I don't know. I don't see that. I don't know. I don't see that. I'm like, I don't know. Like, you know, my audience isn't that big to justify that insane of a piece, you know, and stuff like that. Or like working with the Four Horsemen or something like that could be kind of cool or something. But I don't even know, like I think their audience is totally different too, you know. But it would have to do with something like that because I don't think I'd want to like do a mass production of something like that. And I'm not sure if I quite want to do one off and sell it either. You know, I'd still want to keep it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Holy smokes, dude. One of those in the Ultimate Edition that'd be insane.
bother Brian Flynn. So
yeah, right. That's funny, man. I was at Super 7 in San Francisco recently, and he's got what I didn't realize was his own movie poster collection in there, vintage, for you to just dig through and buy some if you want. But super cool guy.
Yeah.
Crumsy, what he's gone.
He's out.
He's out.
He had enough.
Yeah, he had enough. I'm tired of Healy. So we were talking about, you know, kind of where the scene is at today. I think it's probably not news to anybody in the room that you pop up every now and then, man. I would say not even every now and then. It's probably more often than that. I see you liking people's stuff. You're very present as far as being consistent in the scene. Crumbs and I were talking about, you know, I don't know if you really have a schedule that you go by, but it's very consistent as far as, you know, the drop, the shipping, receiving, and then kind of repeat with a new character a couple times a month or whatever it is. When, man, I don't even know how to put that.
Are you a one-man crew over there with packing and shipping all this shit out?
Hell yeah, dude. I love it.
Are you really, dude? You're a one-man show.
Yeah. Except for like the people over in Asia and the sculptors that I work with, but I ship everything. I bring it myself. I just always like doing it. I used to work, my dad had like a small packaging place where I used to work as a teenager. So I used to like load trucks all day, load boxes and build pallets and all that shit. So it's kind of stamp the boxes and, you know, yeah, it gives me something to do, I don't know. And plus it's like I don't want anybody around my studio, like working for me. I'm not into that whole like
Yeah.
you work for me and this whole thing, because it's like it's pretty awesome. And like if I was in somebody's studio and they were paying me $20 an hour or whatever to like put something in an envelope, you know,
Yeah.
like that whole thing is cool, but it's like I just don't want that dynamic. Like if you're coming to my studio, we're hanging
Mm.
out, you're my buddy, like I'm
Yeah.
not, why didn't you ship this right or stuff like that. If I make mistake shipping, that's on me.
Yeah.
So
See, I told B too. I was like, if he's got anybody, it's like a small crew of 5, because over that the quality
5.
assurance slips. I thought 5, man. I was like 5 tops. I don't, because
Yeah,
you are
yeah.
kind of like a fucking machine, man.
Yeah,
You
that's
like,
totally, yeah. I want that image of like if you buy something from me on Saturday, like you should have it by the next Friday when you get home and like you're looking for something. Yeah, that's important. That's part of it. That's just as much a part of it as picture and everything. Yeah. So
I think it's come up before in one of your other interviews, like brand, like you're building a brand at the end of the day. Like that is part of what is behind like the HealeyMade project entity, I suppose. And I would say definitely, man, like your communication and the fast shipping, on top of obviously the toys that everybody loves, the art everybody loves. But that is a huge factor, I think, that makes people come back continuously. B to the J won't shut up about it.
no, yeah, totally. And the customer's always right. Like if you have an issue, something breaks, whatever, like I'm fine, I'll fix it. I'll get it for you again. I'll give you a refund. I don't fight people on that. It's just like because I know it's just, this is wonderful. Like I'm having a great time doing this. And it's like if there weren't people on the other end of these boxes, like this wouldn't be a thing at all, you know. So yeah, I don't mind doing it. And plus now that like there's so much stuff going on overseas, like I got plenty of time to go to the post office. I got a kick-ass cart. It's real big. I lugged I had all the boxes shipped to my house of the last shipment, but man, my kitchen was just the PVC smell in my kitchen last night was just ridiculous. So
Yeah. Oh my God.
yeah, I brought them all over to the studio. So but yeah. Uh
Is the studio pretty far distance from your homestead? Like, do you have to travel very far?
it is 1 block away.
Oh, frig off, man. It's gotta be beautiful.
Yeah, and the best part is like the block that I walk, it's like in between a building complex. So it's like their park area. So it's like tree lined and like I know all the security guys and the people. So it's just like it's crazy. Yeah, it's nuts. So
Wow.
but it's 5 flights up and there's not an elevator anymore. So I was huffing it today with all the
Brutal.
boxes. My girlfriend
Brutal.
helped me though. So yeah, but that was cool because I was like, I don't, I need to work out every once in a while too. So uh
It's so let's go through that process real quick. So on a drop day, I know what I'm picturing, but you're gonna have to be straight here. So your drop comes out Saturday, right? Saturday,
mhm,
let's say what Saturday night, Saturday morning, maybe you're making because it's what 2 p.m. Eastern,
mhm,
so 11 o'clock my time. Alarm goes off at 10:58. And
nice. I do the 2 minutes before too. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yes, absolutely. Refresh, refresh,
Yeah.
refresh. There it is. Um, but so that whole process, right? You Saturday comes around, your orders come in Sunday. Dude, I usually have a shipping confirmation from you that the label's been made like on Sunday. And
Yeah.
then Tuesday, Wednesday, I mean, you're in New York, I'm in California. I have it. And it's not like a one-time thing, man. It is like clockwork every single time, and it never differs. And I think you're right. I think that it really plays a huge part into your success of not only having just like amazing stuff, but then that consistency of, man, you're buying something from me. I'm going to send it to you. You've paid for it. Here's your stuff. Um, Dude, incredibly important. So what does that look like once you say from the minute you drop something, what does it look like from there?
Well, I usually, I'll print shipping as soon either if it sells out or like right before I'm gonna go. But I like to have everything kind of packaged by Sunday night and like ready in bags so that Monday morning, like that shit's, when I'm at the studio, the first thing I do is bring the shit to the post office. Um, Yeah, I mean, like right now, like today, I brought all the boxes over. So all the figures that are going to be going on Saturday, they're already in their bags, like the black bags and stuff. So I'm kind of like good to go. Pictures are shot. Um, yeah, it's fun. It's kind of like I've had releases while I was on like a boat. Like I've had them on the train, like just random. I was at the playground over, was it Thanksgiving? Yeah, but my nieces and stuff, we were playing basketball, and I was just like, hold on a second, let me just do something, and then I went back
Yeah.
to doing it and stuff. So it's awesome. It's like some James Bond like toy seller or something like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty good, and it yeah, you just have to be on top of stuff. You have to realize like what works, what doesn't work, how to pack stuff. Like I want to do that. There was like a figure I posted. It's like the Atlantic figure. It's like all multicolored swirl, the guy with the pistol and everything. And I want to do those, but they're super involved. It's like 10 pieces to each figure that's individually cast. But it's just like, but they're kind of like, I got to figure out how I'm going to ship them, or how I'm even going to do them, like, do I do like 5 at a time and just keep doing them and stuff like that? So there's a lot of thought that goes into that in terms of like I've recently started using smaller boxes for the vinyl because the vinyl doesn't need to be in those big square boxes. So because of that, like I can just carry a lot more to the post office where I don't have to use the cart as much and stuff. So just yeah, I'm always like just slightly tweaking it, like when do I tell people about it? 2 o'clock on Saturday seems like a solid thing, but I'm always interested in seeing like when the best reach is to let people know about the actual things too, because with Instagram, like who knows, like how everything works and whatever,
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, who knows, man? Algorithm, blah, 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 or post on this day or that day or time. It doesn't matter, man. I honestly think I'm kind of at the point now where I think I could post a piece of yours and get a great reception no matter when it was because of the piece. So I think the content does have something to do with it as well. But yeah, I agree, man.
yeah, you just gotta have like, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just curious. I just want to make sure. I'm so sorry. Is this the chat that you were just talking about here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Good eye. Yeah, that's him.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure that we were seeing what it is that
him.
you're referring to with all the pieces there. Beautiful.
That looks great.
It looks fucking gorgeous.
It looks like super vibrant. I got a new phone, so maybe that's what it is. Like, wow, I gotta make more of this.
Yeah.
I got all the faces, all the faces and all the arms are made. So I just gotta get into the marbling. So wow.
Yeah, that's an incredible piece, man. Holy smokes.
You did a collaboration a while back with Buena Spoons, and I actually thought it was almost like perfect but comical because your marbling is so similar to like what Buena Spoons typically gets with their paint effect that it was hard looking at your drop with them. Some of the pieces I was like, is that airbrushed or is that their marbling? Like it was almost hard to see in some regards what they had marbled and what you had marbled.
It was the resin like the hammerhead, right? Yeah, he did such a great job with that because I know his styles. He's been great. He's one of the first people of note that bought one of my resin pieces at San Diego. Like I had a Baba, this is like probably 2010, maybe 2011. And I had it at Toy Tokyo. And then my friend Peter Cato, I didn't know who Buona was at the time. Like I think I'd seen his Star Wars stuff. My friend Peter Cato was just like, dude, Buona Spoons bought like one of your figures. And I was like, cool. Like I don't know exactly, but he's super cool. And I think our styles are so different that when they come together, like I want to send him some shamans. I could actually DM him. It's like, you want to paint some shaman vinyls up because I love the way he paints and like he's like a real artist. I feel in this scene. You know what I mean?
Yeah, super nice guy too, man. I got a chance to meet him at DCon this year. And speaking of cons, man, cons not your thing, huh?
I like going to them, but yeah, like the whole booth thing is just like my mom used to do like craft shows, and it just makes me feel like, like I don't know, like it just seems weird to me. And the main thing is to get that many people that know about my stuff that would be wanting to buy something in one place. It just doesn't happen. Like I'm not that universally. I don't think so. I haven't done like a major convention in a while. Yeah. But it's like when I do New York, I'd be like, hey man, I'm around if you see me. it's like less than 10 people, like, hey, you have that figure? Yeah, here it is. And I'm just like, I mean, it's the whole country and other countries. It's not like to get all that in one space. It's just not my thing, you know? I mean, I only have like
Yeah.
15,000 followers, which isn't that many. It's plenty, you know, life is good. But in terms of like a convention draw, I think I might need to be like totally gray and like signing a book or something in like 30 years from now. Like that might be something. By that time, I think maybe 25,000 people will know who I am. So
Yeah.
well,
I would say it's a quantity over or a quality over quantity thing though, right? Like it is insane to me how B to the J is not the only one who is a Healeyaholic.
oh yeah, there's people that yeah, like I've got some people that are over 100 orders for sure. Yeah, people that have been with me since like the beginning, people that come and go, new, you know, it's weird, you know. I see the names. I kind of don't see the names as much anymore because I used to handwrite all my shit, you know.
Oh,
That was
God.
crazy.
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
The
not with
journey.
Glyos, not Glyos era. I think like the first time I did like an automated type address thing was, and then went back to handwriting after, was when I did the Heisenberg thing, because that went
Mm-hmm.
bananas, you know. And I feel
Mm-hmm.
like if you do stuff that's like so on the nose, like, hey, this is a spoof of this, it's insane how many people are interested in it. But it's just not, it doesn't fit too well. Like that Heisenberg thing was just because I was a fanboy, you know. I don't like, it's a cool thing, but it's very different than what I normally do. You know, I just had like
Yeah.
an idea and it was great. I mean, I sold tons of them and every once in a while I reissue them and stuff. But to me, it was like, I can't just keep doing that because that's like the whole movie kind of spoof thing. It's just, I feel like it's other people's things that they're doing, you know. But
Yeah.
I've got something in the works that's like very different. So, and I'm kind of banking on that fact that people are just going to go nuts. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure I'm going to work it with some kind of charitable thing because I don't feel like proper, like benefiting off of someone else's idea, like straight up, you know.
Yeah.
So still trying to figure
Hmm.
it out. So I don't know what's going to happen with it, and well, I might go to jail, or you know. But the main thing is like I don't want any money. I just want to do this thing and have it be for something. I had the idea, you know, but it's like at my level, I feel like doing like exact copies of things is kind of like, you know, it's just not really, you know, I can make
Yeah.
whatever I want to make. Like, why am I going to remake something that's already a thing? You know,
Yeah.
that's why I've always
Yeah.
make like weird, you know, with Glyos, I'm always trying to change it up. Like, I don't want to get stuck into like making another skeleton head, you know, or something like that. Like, there's so many, like, you can make whatever you want, you know, just do something different, you know.
Yeah.
So, uh,
Dude, one thing that I've wanted to ask you for a while now is I saw an interview with you a while ago, and I can't remember if it was on the Suck Hour or what it was, but it was over the use of the word bootleg.
oh, yeah.
Uh, can you kind of elaborate on that a little bit?
Um, yeah, I guess like I understand why people call them bootlegs,
Mhm.
you know, and I get that, but I feel like it's not what I do, you know. It's like if I'm building a model tank of like a Tiger One, it's not a real Tiger One. Is it a bootleg Tiger One? No, it's a model of a Tiger One, you
Yeah,
know.
right, right.
Um, so I feel like with these characters and stuff, like I'm not, yeah, like even with stuff that's like right on the nose, like the Star Wars stuff I did with Kate, like the Kylo and the Knights of Ren and stuff like that. Like I think I called them counterfeit, you know, or something like
Mm,
that because it was
mhm.
like, yeah, bootleg is it's its own thing, you know. I love Mexican bootleg stuff, but I just don't think it suits what I do. I understand it's like it definitely works for what it's like for getting people's attention as to what it is, you
Right.
know, because it's like, hey, no, there's these guys and girls who make figures that aren't really figures, but they're based on the real figures and they kind of look like them. And most people would be like, so it's like a bootleg. And so I understand that, you know, I just don't use it.
Yeah,
I'm not like anti the word or something like that. It's just a weird word for
yeah,
me. It sounds a little, I don't know, like I was just talking about trip hop, you know, and like what a kind of dumb name that is for music like like Massive Attack. It's like trip hop. Like what?
Yeah.
You
Yeah, yeah,
know,
yeah. No, you're
like
right, man.
that.
It's a little bit off-putting. Almost right.
It's like clowny or something. I don't know what it is. It's just me, but I'm
Yeah,
just like,
and I think it cheapens it in a way. Word like trip hop, that sounds man, I don't know what the right word is. Is it juvenile or I don't know what it is, but the bootleg thing, Crumbs and I were talking earlier, and I said the same thing. Hey, when I hear bootleg, I think more Mexican style, like One Piece, just static, figures or something like that, which is, you're right, man. It's completely opposite end of the spectrum from what you're doing.
Yeah. Like Morgan's work in the beginning, like where he was just doing a lot of 90s figures, which were like the ones that were being bootlegged in Chinatown, and just like thrown together and painted like Ninja Turtle, like all that stuff. Like that made sense that it was like in the style of bootleg figures. I think that kind of maybe makes sense. But there's people putting like a lot of fucking time and effort into these things, which is the exact opposite of like a bootleg, But at the same time, I understand why people refer to it as that, So
yeah, agreed, man. I think one of the biggest factors is what you just said, is the time spent on that thing, and that's kind of where I refer to bootleg as, kind of cheapens it, because you say, if you called your thing a bootleg, I mean, holy crap, dude, that's the exact opposite of a bootleg. Just like you said, man, there's a lot of time and effort put into that thing, which is bootleg. So.
Well, I think oftentimes we've even had this conversation several times on here. Like it seems like semantics, but sometimes it does actually become important conversations, because you do have artists who are coming from parts of the globe that for them they're using the term bootleg, and from where they're coming from, what a bootleg is like maybe a little rougher, quick, rushed, those two-stroke paint app. They come into an indie art scene where people are using the hashtag bootlegs, and suddenly they're feeling almost kind of out of place. They're almost kind of like their pieces like not as accepted, because all of a sudden you've got somebody like Ahimo putting out like a fucking fully functional toy, or yourself putting out like a toy. It's a full-on piece, and like even toy becomes hard to use that word, right? Like I'm using it thinking of like art that is applied in the medium of a toy. Other people hear toy and think of it as almost kind of like a beater. And so that language becomes so difficult to work around, man. How do you navigate that language doing what you do?
I just say make figures, like figures. And then if they're like the wrestlers, they're figurines, because they don't articulate, and stuff like that, like fully articulated action figure, fully articulated vinyl figure, or handmade resin figure. I should put figurine, but I don't. But yeah, it's just that's all I think independent is a big part of it. Like indie's cool, you could say that, but like just so you know, because I'll tell people what I do, and they'll be like, oh, so do you work for, it's like, so you designed for a company? And it's like, no, like it's my own thing. So I guess like independent, like figure maker or whatever, but bootleg works. I mean, whatever. I totally get why people call it bootleg, but I just don't use it too much. I did a French bootleg one time, or like if I just copy something and cast it differently, then I'll kind of call it a bootleg, because that seems appropriate at times, but yeah, it's a weird one. So counterfeit, I thought I was like real slick for doing that,
Little pat on the back there. You're like,
yeah. So I was like, that's cool. I seem like that come out of a briefcase or something like that,
Yeah, yeah. It's very edgy.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, that's me. Fangs and all. So
one I've been kind of curious about as well, it's been kind of itching at me, is I've noticed whenever you end up doing like a Japanese soft vinyl, you refer to it as a Japanese soft vinyl or Japanese vinyl rather than Safubi. Is there a reason?
I do Safubi sometimes, but to me it's important that it's like made in Japan, because this is like I didn't, this is my design, and a little my guidance on like how I wanted to articulate and stuff like that. But this is a Japanese toy, made by a Japanese toy company. So that's like important to me that it's actually done there, and people want to make Chinese vinyl, like that's totally fine, I collect lately. I've been into X Plus, like the hyper realistic Chinese vinyl stuff, and I could be buying soft vinyl right now, but right now I'm into the Chinese vinyl, you know. Um, but it's important for me because they look like they're Japanese toys, you know, and I like that. I like that HealeyMade is written by, you know, a Japanese sculptor. You know, it's an important thing. I wanted my ideas to be translated into that platform, you know. I don't want to say, hey, just make my stuff, you know, I'm going to make it here or have an American sculpt it and then do it. You know, I just want to keep it consistent, you know. Uh, it's like the Glyos is, you know, it's in the line of like, I like Star Wars figures. So it's the same thing. I mean, I don't have the ABS chest, but in general, it's something that was sculpted by a Western sculptor, you know, based on science fiction. And then it's manufactured in China, you know. And to me, that's like, that's why it feels that way. You know, it's slightly different, you know, than a Star Wars figure. And my vinyl figures are slightly different than regular vinyl figure, you know, or like traditional stuff. But yeah, just keeps it easier that way too. And I'm lucky enough to be able to produce with Gargamel, you know, which is just fucking awesome. You know, it's so great working with them. Like when I wake up, you know, everyone wakes up in the middle of the night around like 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, whatever. It's so great because I just check my emails because I have people in Asia that are emailing me. And it's just satisfying to like have something to look at on your phone at 4 a.m, you know, which I probably shouldn't be doing, but it's just like, oh, sweet. Yeah. Do this, do that. Here's this money, send this here, tracking, all that kind of stuff, you know.
Nice.
Probably a relief working with Gargamel as well, because like, you know, they're like a vet at this point, you know?
Yeah.
Like you're not going to have anything go wrong. Like you can go to sleep if you want and not check that email really.
No, totally. My first vinyl I did with Mishka and the cave guard rule guy. And it was Luke, like early days Lulabelle, who did that and stuff. And it was a cool figure. The articulation got really jacked on it, you know. We didn't know really what we were doing, you know. So the art, and I just like, it doesn't stand straight. So I'm like, it's over, you know. And Luke's been like, we could fix it. I'm like, I'd probably just have Gargamel do the whole thing again, you know, and make like a real tight one, you know, stuff. So, but that was great being the first like Japanese vinyl thing, you know.
A very interesting release on vinyl, man, and quite a project to take on as your first. Like there were a lot of joints for that piece.
Yeah, totally. It was the first vinyl Mishka did at the time, and I just started hanging out with those guys, and yeah, I think it was something like, I forgot why, but and then we just Kate sculpted it, and the original is like perfect, but I guess I didn't understand the whole process at the time and having to turn it into wax. And then the leg was, I guess, was too narrow, so it had like a different length problem, but whatever. We might be back. Right? Yeah, no, totally. So it was fun. It was exciting. And then the whole thing was, it was like, oh shit, Japanese vinyl at San Diego. And like maybe sold like 5. You know,
you guys might have, that might have even been like before Funko was bragging about doing their Safubi releases. Like people weren't really talking about soft vinyl really outside of probably your scene. Like you were very lucky to be at somewhere like Toy Tokyo and
Toy
around
Tokyo,
the Kid Robot, where they were kind of at the forefront of these designer soft vinyl toys.
Working at Toy Tokyo was so educational. Like I just learned so much about M1 and Ultraman and like all that shit that it was just like, holy fuck, like I have to learn this because it's my job. And then then everybody kind of caught on. I mean, I was in Japan, like I said, my mind was blown. I went to Scotland in 2002. And then by the spring of 2003, I was in Japan for 3 weeks straight, like with Lev from Toy Tokyo, just the two of us. And it was just like, holy fuck, you know? So I know a lot of people go to Japan all the time now, and I've never been back. But to go 20 years ago, you know, when I was just, I didn't have a dime to my name. Like I didn't have money to buy toys. I bought airsoft guns because that's like the only shit I was like, he can't get this shit back home. So I risked it all and like illegally sent some really nice airsoft guns. So I was like, I can get vinyl whenever. I work at Toy Tokyo. It'll be all right. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say we all got into airsoft guns at Toy Tokyo, and there was a famous night where we had like an all-out airsoft battle in Toy Tokyo. Like we all had like gear on, and that same guy, Peter Cato, he was taking pictures by the security cameras, and it just looks insane. And people were finding like BBs in Toy Tokyo for like years after that. It was chaos. It was so good. We would put the star cases for the figures. We were putting those in front of our faces and putting tape around because it's the only thing we could use. So we were getting all fogged up at night. It was we used to have a blast working at that store. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So going back to Super 7 real quick, man, you had mentioned working with Stephen Geddes. Was that how, and he was working with Super 7 at the time, is that how the Super 7 thing kind of came about, was through him?
Oh no, it was Brian had come up to me and like, I think he really liked the hooded Fett, and originally that's what we were going to do with Super 7. And we started talking about it. I think it's from when the Hellbent actually came out to when it was talked about. It was probably about 5 years. And I was just waiting on it and waiting on it. And I was like, God damn, like my life's going to change when this figure happens. But then he was like, I could say it now. At the time, he was working with the G.I. Joe, getting the G.I. Joe license. So he was like, listen, man, I don't think that's going to happen. It's a little too close. So I was like, all right, cool. He's like, we'll do the Hellbent. So I was like, all right. And then it just took forever. And I was like, well, dude, like, I was going to do my own figure if this shit doesn't happen. And it was kind of like a threat to kind of make him go fast. But then it just turned into something that was out before Hellbent, so it worked out. And Brian's been super supportive with, the other figures and stuff like that. He digs the stuff and he's super complimentary. I wish he was like more like able to like be accessible and talk and stuff, but he's just notoriously busy, And the people that I deal with at Super 7, we got some cool Hellbent editions coming up. It's just wild, like how many people there are there and how many people I've worked with, and this person's in charge of this, and I'm just like, holy cow.
At Super 7?
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible how large of a thing it is. And I'm like, like it's cool, but I'm just like, I'm so much happier what I'm doing, than like, I wouldn't mind like working with them on a project, like something that licensed, like putting my input in. But in terms of just having to just be on that schedule with licensing, because the license runs up and your product's not out, you're screwed. It's like, fuck, no way, man.
Yeah. Dude, that's crazy how that whole licensing works. I had gone back into Super 7 in San Francisco to grab some He-Man figures, and they said the guy from the license had ran out, but still had him on the peg. And the guy came in and just took everything. Said, this is up and this is our stuff. So God, dude, what a mess that would be. So anyways, more Hellbent coming out. I heard you say that.
Yeah, there's 2 more editions that are being worked on now and stuff. I saw the samples and everything. So nice. It should be fun. Those are fun. I mean, they make, I think like the edition size is like 1,000 each. Like they do that for like, I think for me and Peter and stuff, which is, they're smaller in comparison to like the real licensed shit. So I always thought like, hey, these figures might actually be kind of sought after in the collecting realm of Super 7, because there's just not as many of them. You know what I mean? Like it's just significantly less. So maybe that, it's cool to do it, but it's not like, with licensing, it's like you don't really make any money. It's funny, everybody's like, oh, Super 7, that must be the craziest thing. And I'm just like, it's awesome, but it's like, if I just relied on that, like that doesn't work that way, like the other stuff is really my bread and butter for sure,
for sure.
I'm sure it must be like tenfold for yourself, but I'll admit, man, like it almost feels surreal when I go into like Sonic Boom or something and there's a HealeyMade figure sitting in a carded peg, it's hard not to kind of see part of your world there and be like, oh,
it is nuts. Yeah, I collect some Super 7 stuff mostly because of like my fascination with them, whatever the subject matter is, as a child, like the Lost Boys or like Somewhere in Time, Trackjaw. It's like, fuck, he's like, I'm in here, like that's crazy. Or like Forbidden Planets, like the toy shop downtown. And it was like, I went there the other day, it was with my girlfriend, and I was like, look at that, fucking next to Voltron. Like, that shit's crazy. You know, whatever. I am nowhere near Voltron, except for like physically next to him. Someone might get confused and buy mine by accident or something, you know. But it's cool. It's cool. I'm like, all right, like this shit happened. It's pretty wild. You know, Steve Sansweet buying stuff, or some of the guys at Lucasfilm that like are in charge of like the references from Star Wars. And so Phil, I think his last name is Sostak. He does like the art of Star Wars. He works on Mandalorian. He's got like all the wrestlers on his desk. And it's just holy fucking shit, man. You know, like that's so yeah, that stuff is pretty wild, you know.
Yeah, no kidding.
Like real people, like some other sculptors that I've known of toy people that are into it. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. I always feel like you're like, if anybody's gonna call me a poser, it'd be you guys. And if I'm cool with you guys, like I guess it's legit, you know.
I guess I'm legit now.
Yeah.
So you said Super 7 stuff. I know that you're an open guy. You like to open stuff, which is cool. Display it. Dude, I've always admired your displays, dude. They are so like OCD straight line.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I wish I could get my shit like that, dude. And I just
looks that way here.
Well, the cases they kind of have to be that way, which is good.
Yeah.
These other ones are hard to get like that, man. But who do you, man, is there anybody that you're collecting right now, or that you are, I don't know, I would guess you would say anxious to see what they come out with next?
Like in terms of independent stuff, or
I
don't, the thing is, I don't really collect like independent stuff. I'm mostly like licensed. I do like vintage stuff. Like I'm filling in 83 Joes right now. Like I have all Cobra, like complete mint, like to 87, and then I've got like some other shit after that. So I've just been going through Joes. I mostly collect villains, like all 80s shit. So He-Man's done, Jason and Wheel Warriors, Black Star, Supernaturals, like you name it, you know. So the thing I've been interested lately in is X Plus stuff from Japan. I got I've been interested in the like the Ultra Q, like the beginning of that shit, like in the black and white monochrome. And it's just like, I just sense that I'm gonna like, it'll come out in my work somehow. You know, I'm thinking about maybe just doing like a sculpted piece myself, you know, that's more like prop-y, monster-y kind of looking thing. I think, I'm not sure, but I've just been collecting that stuff lately. And I feel like, oh, this is probably for some kind of reason, you know. But I love Tomy shit too. I just got the Tomika Godzilla and Mothra cars. They're like the character cars, shit like that. That's just, you know, it's random, but for some reason I just really like it, you know. But
what were you gonna say there, Chromes?
Well, admittedly, I'm kind of even digressing a little bit. I'm still kind of caught up, and I want to make sure we get it because it's been driving me insane. Your website has probably one of the most ominous lines I've ever seen for anybody who does toy stuff. And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. His work offers a dark commentary on the cultural mythologies and the collective unconscious. What the hell is this?
I know, man. Wordy. My girlfriend helped me write that. She's good with the words. No, it makes sense. I was like, yeah, totally. My shit is kind of dark, even though there's something about it, like it's kind of ominous, you know. I think, I have the Fang logo, which is kind of like a horror thing. So yeah, I don't know. It's dark. I don't know if I guess it is kind of dark, but it's something it's the collective unconscious. It's the shit. It's the reason why we're all talking and we can like say certain things and understand things, you know. We all have this shit in common, you know. Like, it's not like, I don't think because I do this that I like toys more so than anybody else, or more so than other people that do this, but they don't do it, you know. Like, to me, Brian Flynn knows more about toys than most people, or Lev at Toy Tokyo. Like, I just collect shit. I don't chase like random shit that's super hard to find. Like, I like what I like, you know, just like everybody does, you know. Like, I don't have every version of Boba Fett. Like, who fucking cares? You know, I know people care, but I don't, you know. So, yeah, I think a lot of people this stuff has an effect on people, So,
well, it's funny you do mention that like your stuff is kind of dark, and I was thinking about it earlier today. You might be the only person I know who takes shots in a light box where it looks like almost like CSI Miami fucking like level. Does that make sense? It's like in a lab,
yeah.
man. You get a very interesting hue.
It's not even a light box. So
okay.
I don't want to give it away, but you could purchase like Walmart. You could probably get everything that I use for the shot, including lights and backdrops and stuff like that. So yeah, well, it just happened to work out. So,
and I'm jealous of your consistency, dude. Like when you go through your page, it's like the same fucking like brightness across the board, man. Like how
I mean, it's a little
plan
variation.
all this?
It's just like the way I hold the light, and it's just kind of like once it comes into the right thing, I mean, you look at my camera, there's for every photo that's on Instagram, there's like 20 or 30 tries, and they probably all look exactly the same, but I'll just, but to me, I'm like, wait, there's that one stands out more, like the contrast seems like it's, and stuff like that. So once my light runs out of battery, or once the bulbs burn out, like, we'll see what happens. I'm always like, oh shit, because it's like a light. I've tried to buy more of them. I've replaced cords on it and stuff, but it was just something I bought at Walmart, So when I was up in New Hampshire, so.
And so that kind of leads into this next area that Crumbs and I were talking about before the show, man, is just kind of that whole area out here. I'm in the Bay Area, and so there are artists that are kind of local to this area. And then it just seems like honestly, dude, it seems like a whole different vibe of where you're at. Just without knowing anything, and maybe it's just from your page and what you do report on your personal life, but it just seems like a very relaxed, chill environment where you have green plastic tunnels and Stephen Geddes and Sidekick Labs, and it just seems very low key. And Crumbs and I were talking about, like, what are those discussions like when you guys hang out, man? Like, no one will ever know except for you guys, but I had that it's probably pretty intense sometimes when you start talking about, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Is that something that I don't want to say rely on, but something that you look forward to as far as like hanging out with those guys and just kind of shooting the shit about the scene?
Yeah, the weird thing is like, we don't really talk about the scene that much, like, I think because we all work, like, Sidekick lives up in Vermont, so it's about like a 5-hour train ride. So like, wow, okay. I've been on, so it's and like Geddes he's outside. Father Geddes is outside of Philly on the Jersey side, and then Andrew's down in Baltimore. So hardly ever see him. I'm on like a text thread with Andrew and the Mark Ultra, Mike. I call him Mike the Mark. And we talk a little bit, but like a lot of times we're just talking about like Star Wars shit. But when we go up to Vermont, it's just like we're like almost, a couple of us almost died going going tubing 2 summers ago. Oh my God, dude. Oh my, I mean, like flipped canoes, like bruises, like freezing, but when we go up there, it's like, yeah, we don't really, it's kind of just fun to just be like friends. We do a lot of like Lego building. We'll talk a little bit about stuff. It's kind of like, we all know that like we're doing our thing, so we don't really, we'll work on stuff together or give ideas a little bit, but it's always like, we're more interested in just like having friends that we can go, if we go to like a used toy store or garage sale or something like that. Yeah, it's there then, but then it's like gone, because at night we're just like grilling hot dogs, building Legos, smoking joints, just being regular. Right. I always, because in the beginning I was like, oh, like me and Morgan are gonna be friends, and then we're gonna like team up, and it's just like, nah, like, a few things we've done together. It's much more fun him coming over. He used to come over during Breaking Bad. We were watching the final season together. We'd have dinner and just watch the show and stuff like that. Just being normal with people that are special, I think, is kind of fun, Like you don't need him to do his like mutant ability. You know, we can just hang out. You know.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. What a great answer, dude. So the answer is we don't really talk about art. We just kind of got normal fucking people, Brian. Jesus Christ.
No, I mean we do like in the morning after like Sidekick makes insane like cappuccinos. So like the car ride to the lab, you know, after smoking some weed like way too early in the morning and drinking some coffee, like we'll have
Yeah.
these, but then it all kind of fades away and we'll be like, what are we eating? You know, or like, you know, but we talk a little bit about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, we were pretty close, you know. You mentioned the Lego building. I told B that, you know, if I could be a fly on the wall, I bet it's very similar to you go over to Green Plastic Tunnel for some milk and cookies, and before you know it, you're spending dinner and talking to
I've never been to his house.
toys.
He always invites me down, but I'm like, dude, I don't have a car. Like, and every time I'm on an Amtrak down that way, like I'm going to DC, you know, I'm not going to Baltimore. So I feel rude not visiting, but I'm trapped on an island here, you know. Me and Morgan are trapped. So
Not to mention, you know, what's winter like over there? You guys getting bombarded with snow and shit? Like, does that isolate you guys over there?
no, it's been cold, but you know, most of the stuff, like most of the stuff is along the coast. So it's like thankfully the Ocean is boiling right now. So it's like no snow gets near it. So I mean, we were up in New Hampshire, which is, you know, it's up there, like right on the border of Maine, and we didn't get any snow. It was actually cooler in the city down here, which is about 4 hours south, 4 or 5 hours, than it was up there. So who knows what's going on with the weather lately, you know?
Fuck it.
But just happy I don't live in Buffalo because that just seems not good. But
And Skilled One in the chat here was asking, I want to make sure we catch it. He's saying, if you love Joes and you love bad guys, what would you like to see more of in the indie toy scene? Maybe even just in the toy scene. What do you want to see hitting shelves, man?
yeah, I mean the indie stuff, like I said, I check stuff out and stuff. I don't like it's cool. Like I love that everybody's like making shit, you know. And if it helps people know what I do, that's cool. But I don't, yeah, whatever people are making is cool. I just saw some young dude. It was your picture, Brian, of like that hairy Yeti thing.
Yeah, the Squash from Carolina Cool Cat.
Yeah. So and he's like a young guy, right?
Young guy, man. He was
21.
Yeah, he said in the chat.
Looks good.
Yeah, in 2001, he was 1 year old. The little prick.
Yeah. Oh, that was him? Yeah, no, he looked good.
Yeah.
He looked good. So I think
he's oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, that looked good. And I said like I thought people who I'm friends with, I'll follow their stuff, and then I'll like, especially you, because you're showing other people's stuff. Like that's a nice way to get it. But in terms of like tracking people down to follow them, like it's up to you, Brian. You got to show me what I should be looking at. So I saw that tonight, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, you know, like
well, what?
Yeah, dude. Very
what
cool.
Makes a good villain?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's that?
What makes a good villain toy for you?
I was just saying Carolina Cool Cat, man. That's a Glyos figure, that Squash, and then he also has another one called Anchor Fist that was his first release. But yeah, sculpt, dude, those things are like almost 5.5 inches tall.
Is that Glyos too?
It is, absolutely.
No kidding. So they're made like he's making them with Matt Dowdy.
Yeah, he's making them he's from North Carolina, I believe. North Carolina, South. Yeah, one of them.
That's so funny. I talk to Matt all the time, and I don't even know who's in the Glyos family these days. That's awesome.
It's they're sweet pieces, man. Really good work. And like you said, that's one thing that I think is kind of reassuring about kind of where the scene is going, is that you do have a guy like that who's 21 years old. There's a Wonky Toy Company. There's another guy, Disgustin' Justin. These guys are original sculptors who are making, you know, static pieces somewhat. But the point is that they're hanging out, you know, and they're young guys that hopefully, I hope will stick with it, and we'll kind of see some more. But
yeah, it's awesome just checking shit out, you know, like just seeing what people are making. And yeah, like I said, like I've said before, like I built models as a kid. Like there weren't too many people that built models. And just in general, like that whole thing of like, oh, that looks laborious, or oh, that looks like intricate. That's like used to be how people that I would bump into would feel about what I did. but now it's like there's all these people you can kind of talk shop with, or people that understand the insanity of like hand painting editions and stuff. And, it's, if you like the stuff and you get to do it and then it benefits you, like it's awesome. It's like playing sport or something like that. Like I don't think anybody's playing professional baseball that doesn't like playing baseball, so it's, it's fun. It's fun. Like I'm painting an edition of wrestlers now, and it's like, I can go through those things of like, oh God, like here we go again. But once I get into it, I'm like, why not just keep getting better at this? Why not like really, really get better? Like the more I'm doing this, the better I'm getting. So it's like, this is cool, I mean, yeah, it's almost like a martial art,
Yeah. Do you still feel like, because it blows me away for you to even hear you say you feel getting better, man. Do you feel like you're getting better, or was that kind of past tense and you're kind of at where you're at now, or do you think you're still kind of getting better?
Oh, definitely getting better. Yeah, there's always just like every edition that I cast, depending on the figure, the mold, the way it's set up, the way I either made it right or a little crooked, whatever, there's always like something to learn, and you can be numb to it and just pour it and do it, or you could really pay attention to it and then learn about it and then make it better and then make it get faster, like let it set up a little bit longer, or don't set up as much, or do this part first, or put it here, or like memorize that's the hole you pour in, so you're setting, like there's always ways to kind of like get that thing. It's like a big thing that Sidekick and I are into, is like process and stuff. And just like, okay, cool, like when we work together on like doing stuff, it'll always be like, all right, this or that. And he's like, that, okay, but this or that, and you just keep like, I did a lot of engineering in high school. Those are all my like electives, were engineering, architecture, mechanical drawing and stuff. So I think like that accuracy thing is kind of a fun,
When you do a figure with like Onel or Glios, is that a whole other type of like licensing on the figure that you need to do in order to be using that articulation style through them?
No, Matt's like pretty chill. Yeah, Matt's like, I mean, a lot of people want to work with him. He gets a lot of emails, but when he picks somebody, it's like, yeah, you're in. I think, I don't know if there's a rumor or whatever, but I heard that there's a toy company that offered him money, like a significant amount of money, for the rights to that articulation, and he was just like, nah, I'm good. Matt's like, I've known Matt for a long, long time, and we just recently, I mean, compared to how long we've known each other, started doing this together, and I think that door was always open if I ever needed anything from him. And just lately, or a few years ago, I was like, hey, like, should we do something, and he's great, man. He's like, yeah, he's, for someone to be at the center of Glios, and it be like an important person, like it's perfect for him, he's awesome. He's one of the best guys on the scene, and he just doesn't, he's not into the scene. He's into toys, he's into what people make. He's into what he makes, all that shit. But in terms of like who's who and status and all that, like that means absolutely nothing to him. So he's just into toys. That's it,
Yeah. Crumsy, a minute ago, you were somebody had mentioned in the chat, man, and I think I cut you off, dude. I apologize. What was that?
No, I was cutting you off. I was just curious because I know Skilled One wanted to know about more about like baddies and stuff. And I was just curious, Healy, man, knowing that you love baddies, what makes like a good bad guy figure for you?
Just no pupils or anything. Just got like scary white eyes. Or a patch. Skinny mustache does it. So, there's something about it. I don't know. It's weird because I use figures that are good guys, but I can get them to look like bad guys. I don't know. I appreciate good guys too. Like that first, like the first wave of Masters of the Universe. Like He-Man, Man-at-Arms, Stratos, Zodak, kind of. But like, those are some serious good guys. Or G.I. Joe, like the first, when they're all wearing the green. Even 83. But good guys always seem like they go weird, like in order to keep making them and like what they do, whereas bad guys, it seems like you can just keep making them badder, and meaner looking or something. Like He-Man villains are consistent, like they're all good, but He-Man, the hero side, is just kind of gets a little weird after Ram Man. I mean, I love Moss Man. I love Moss Man too. Moss Man's the shit, but it's like, Fisto, come on, Jitsu, or no, Jitsu's bad, that's right. But Fisto is like, Manny faces, like cool concept, but like, what's with those colors, like, and I
Yeah.
understand Mechanic, like he's a little silly.
Yeah.
Man at Arms, Man at Arms though is no joke, and Stratos, those are serious dudes,
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny, man. I grew up with I think He-Man was probably my number one. My mom was a preschool teacher, born and raised in Frisco in the 60s. And it was just, peace, love, dope, man, was kind of like the motto, right? And guns were just not allowed in the house. On Army Men, on action figures, water guns. We had a bumper sticker that said, "Arms are for hugging, not for."
Oh, nice.
I'll never forget that. But anyways, it was just something that we didn't have around, man. What is it about? God, dude, I don't want to say like the majority of your stuff is bad guys. I guess you could kind of see them however that you want. But what is it about the bad guy that really appeals to you?
It's not who I am, I think. Like I'm a pretty law-abiding, nice person, like I did high school.
That's debatable. That's debatable.
Yeah, no, totally. I know I look like a villain. That's why I don't grow any facial hair. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of I like the color palettes a lot too, and I just feel like, I can do like hero stuff. I think, it interests me a little bit, but there's something about, I think it's just the style of, it's like music. I listen to stuff that's like kind of scary, like Massive Attack is probably my favorite like current band. But then I love the Beatles too. So it's like, it's not all that, but is there something about dudes that just look like they want to just, it's weird because they do seem like they're bad, for sure. I definitely acknowledge that. But I think there's like different lines. I think like maybe like there's like new antagonists that are more like people like Walter White or Tony Soprano or something like that. Like I think like maybe you can like you can follow a bad guy now. The bad guy's role isn't always to just be, contrary to the good guy. Like I think that there's interest in that kind of stuff. Like why is this person like hell bent on doing something? It's just something to that. It might be like, it could just be that it's easier to design bad guys, and I'm not good at what I do, and I couldn't make a hero if I tried too. Like I don't know. I've thought about that, like trying to make, like a good guy, but I don't know.
See, what I find interesting is, admittedly, like none of your wrestlers really look like bad guys, and at the end of the day, like the assassin, depending on the colorway, in my opinion, could easily be hero or
totally
hero. I don't think your characters necessarily gravitate towards appearing as bad guys.
They're kind of like renegades or something. I think like maybe like something like outside. It's like most of the Star Wars wrestlers, they're all villains that I've done so far, except for Nine Num. But for some reason, like it's weird. Maybe just because most of the heroes in Star Wars have human faces and it's a little bit kind of boring, I think like, but 2-1B, he's the referee, so he's kind of like a nice guy. But I think it's like, maybe it's like renegades or like, so it's like bounty hunters, like that kind of thing, for sure. Like, the Raiders aren't like my ideas are that like the Raider is kind of the leader. The Trooper now is kind of like, it's maybe two characters because the two heads are very different. Whereas I see the Raider as putting on the mask, whereas these two guys are like two different things. And then like the Assassin is interesting because she's like a female, but she's also the biggest. and has the biggest gun and stuff like that too. So it's kind of like she's like more of a physical threat than the male characters. And I think that I did that on purpose. I always like that aspect. Like if you look at the original 3 3/4 line, there's only one female. It's the Leia and Bausch with the Baroness head, but she's got the RPG. So she's got like, she can literally do the most damage. And it's simple. It's nothing like complex, but I like that kind of, like she's like, if she wanted to, she could like kick through those guys' stomach with her feet, like she's the most dangerous one, kind of,
Yeah.
But there's a new one coming soon, so
nice.
Yeah.
When's that coming out?
Probably next year sometime.
Well, that would be
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and by the way, the figures that I sell on Saturday are not shipping till next year. So hey, I don't have kids, but but yeah, I like to do like one a year. It's kind of like the pace with Japan and with China right now. So
yeah,
don't want to get too ahead of myself. So
one other thing that Crumbs and I were talking about before is like we were kind of looking at just at your schedule of figures, right? So when you have new Glyos out, there's already, you said what the next, did you say
like 6 or 7 months? Yeah,
the next 6 or 7 months. So when we first started talking, you were talking about when you first started off having like kind of like a good batch of characters to choose from. You said you had about 6 characters that you could easily grab from. Do you find that easier, and is that still part of the plan, is where you're like a Glyos figure, then making that guy in like a gray, a black, painted, glow in the dark, and finishing that one and then jumping to another one and just kind of rinse and repeat the same thing?
Yeah, there's like different patterns, like this thing I'm doing now with like doing a total of 6 figures, 3 figures in one palette, 3 figures are in another palette. And I was talking to Matt about it, and he's like, okay, this is the Glyos thing, because they're interchangeable pieces. So up until now, like all your pieces, yeah, you can mix them around, but you can't really go between figures, because you can, but the colors don't match. So like I kind of like figured that out like on my own in a nice way, so it's like that's what I'm doing now. I might do it a couple more times, but it's yeah, I always tell myself that this is like the new plan, or this is a new like system, but then that always ends up changing too, So like right now I'm thinking about like with the Greedo wrestler figure, okay, this is okay. I know everybody loves the Greedo wrestler, and the first edition that's going to be like the Kenner color is obviously on the way, and I'm assuming I might need to order more. It's like, but the first Bellum, like the black one, like I had to end up ordering more. But then after that, like, what do I do? Because it's like people that buy Star Wars wrestlers are like ready for the next character, they're not waiting for like another color version of the wrestlers, because the color is kind of set. So I'm kind of like, do I do like, if I'm going to do them, do I do the aliens, like just the 4 aliens? Because doing 4 vinyl figures to accomplish an idea, it's kind of like a big undertaking. Doing it in resin's a lot easier, in terms of just like costs and timing and stuff like that. So my thing now is like, what other ways can I paint Greedo, where it would still be interesting for people and stuff? And I realize it's not going to be as sought after as the Kenner colors, or doing like a movie color one or something like that. And then I'm kind of understanding that, okay, so it just be smaller editions, but they'll be pretty cool, So I'm just trying to get ideas now, look at the figure, figure out where I can make more paint masks, break up the colors and stuff. So, because with Japanese vinyl, it's tricky to keep it interesting because they're pricey, and it is the same exact thing, form wise. So you really gotta knock it out of the park with the colors, I feel,
Yeah.
But I don't, but I like doing paint masks, so I can't just like take an airbrush and paint it like Beetlejuice, or do it like rough. Like I want it to be like manufactured looking too. So every time I do it, I have to make a bunch of new masks, and it's time consuming. Like there's a Bellum that I'm working on now. I think it's going to be really cool. It's kind of a lot to do on the figure, but I think if it works out right, like it should be really cool, and then might help me like figure out, okay, this is what I do with Bellum going on, and therefore probably the other ones too. Something more
Yeah.
similar to what I'm doing with the Glyos, in terms of just doing them in colors that people understand more.
Yeah. And so let's look at something like the Bellum or the Raider. Is there something that you have thought about as far as like a stopping point of where, okay, this is the last variation I'm making, this guy's done, moving on to something else? I mean, you've already moved on to something else, but do you ever see any of those like saying, hey, you know what, there's 20 variations or 10 variations of this is all we're doing on this one, retiring him, going on to something else? Or is there always just kind of that thought of, man, how can I do this thing a little bit different?
Yeah, I think the latter. I'm always just,
Yeah.
I mean, those are steel tools, are ready to go. I think the main thing is if I keep making new characters and spacing out the releases, like then it's gonna, like I'm not just gonna keep, the next couple months aren't gonna be all troopers. It's gonna be Trooper, Raider, Assassin, then Trooper, Raider, Assassin. So like I think that's just better, because it makes you want to. I mean, the Raiders, yeah, it's gonna be hard to catch up with the Raider, but he was the first one, and the Assassin, there'll probably be a few more, but. And the same thing with the vinyl, like as long as I can keep having ideas, and the thing is, hopefully, like just because of the way I think most people work, you want it to be better than the last one.
Yeah.
And I feel that way with these editions that I just got of the Glyos. And even Matt was like, dude, he's like, I think this is your best stuff, in terms of Glyos, the way that they came out. And I was like, yeah, I feel that way too. Like they feel different for some reason. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's, but it's just like, oh man, it makes you look back on like other editions. Like, what the hell did I do that edition for? I'm like, I could have done this. Like, how was this idea like not in my head then? Or you still make tons of mistakes. And when you make mistakes, or not mistakes, but you do things that you're like, oh fuck, I should have done that. But it's like a steel tool. You're like, oh well, just remember it next time when you make another steel tool. Like there's no holes in the bottom of the Raider feet. It's like, damn it, I forgot to do that. Forgot to put my name on them, like somewhere. And every time I do a Glyos, I'm like, oh, I should have done my name. It's like, oh, whatever.
You know what's funny, dude, is I think that's one of the biggest oxymorons, at least as far as my collection goes, is you have this Glyos figure that's made to be played with and swapped around, and I am scared to death to even pull one head or one arm. I mean, the heads I usually like when they're being shown, right? But dude, ripping an arm off and slapping that on another one, like I know it's very easy to do.
Yeah.
But dude, a little bit scared to do that.
No, totally. It took me a while to like warm up to it too, because I was gonna do the Raider, like the ABS chest with the locked in pegs.
Yeah.
Because I wanted, and I was like, I don't want people fucking with my shit, like years ago, just like, I don't want that. And Matt was just like, because he's awesome, was just like, think about it. I think you should do it. These people want to do this. People have tons of stuff. They want to be creative with your stuff. Just do it, And he didn't say just do it. He's like, it's up to you. But people like playing with the stuff, And you've seen the stuff I post. People do wild shit, with something that I made that I didn't even think of. And I was just like, man, that's fucking some guy on the Trooper. He took the gun arm and put it on the barrel of like the grenade launcher. And I was like, oh man, that's so cool. And then I did it and I was like, oh, it doesn't stick on it like that great. It kind of like dangles a little bit. But for a picture, man, whatever, it's a great idea, because when I looked at that gun, I was like, did I make that gun too stubby? Like, what was I thinking? That gun looks ridiculous,
I remember seeing that picture and I was like, oh man, I hadn't opened my my figure at the time. And I saw, damn, that's a good idea.
Yeah, totally.
What else, Crumsy? Looks like you wanted to say something there.
No, I'm grabbing names. I'm just loading them into the wheel. I'm enjoying you guys having a chat of like your two old friends over there. Yeah, man. I'm excited to see where the Glyos go, to be honest with you. I think B knows that's some of my favorite stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that's a cool little world that you're building right there. There's a lot of character in each one of those sculpts. I'm excited to get one of the new ones, see what
Oh,
that's all
great. Thanks,
about.
man. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Glios world, man, I'll be honest with you, I don't know a whole lot about it besides I think the Raider was probably my first Glios piece, you know, and then you start kind of looking around and you see what God Beast is all about and some of these
Mhm.
other where they're just strictly Glios. What a huge world that is. Um, let me ask you, dude, like what is your favorite discipline? Would you go with vinyl? Would you go with resin? Or let's just start
Or the
there.
well, maybe out of the three, like the pick,
Yeah.
kind of. It's hard to say. Like it literally varies, you know. I like
Yeah.
resin because it's self-contained, you know, and it just keeps me sharp. And it's like I know that when I'm doing stuff, like it makes me think of the stuff that's going on overseas because that's what people are doing. In fact, I mean, granted, they have like metal masks, but a lot of it is still hand painted and stuff. So I know that like it keeps me connected to what people are doing overseas, making my stuff by making my own stuff too, you know. And I could just move around a lot quicker with it. You know, it's just like I can change this or do that or just make five of something or whatever. Um, vinyls vinyl's like a nice in between, you know, because the volume isn't as high, you know. Glass
Yeah.
is weird. Like I have fun with it. I just kind of do it, but I lately I've been like, you know, I should really really hone it in, you know, because it's like, why not? We're making like hundreds of these things, you know, so just get it right, get it done right, make way too many paint masks, you know, make it more than other shit. Like make it look like just because it's a 3 3/4 figure doesn't mean that it's the same as all the other 3 3/4 figures. I think the
Yeah.
Glio stuff, like my Glio stuff, at least, looks very different than everybody else's Glio stuff, and all their stuff looks different too. And I think that's what Matt wants it to be. He doesn't want people just doing the same thing, you know. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, I'm satisfied with him because it's like you learn about a project like that. The further you go into it, you learn more and more about it. You know, like in terms of what's possible, because you know it's just a shape, but the things you can do with that shape, but the tampo stamps, I mean, you could do anything. Like I'm probably gonna end up doing like some crazy ass camouflage shit in the future that's all like masked out too, because it's like it'll be something I haven't done yet. And
Yeah.
I'd want to do it like I know that if I do it and hand paint one and get it exactly the way I want it, that they're good enough to get it done. You know, like they
Yeah.
don't cut corners. You know, the figures they cost a lot more money than you know real manufacturers pay for stuff, and they're a different thing than some figure you'll buy in Target. I feel
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
uh,
If anything, I think that's something that B to J and I were talking about even a couple of days ago, is that it really is obvious that it seems more like a passion project. Like I was saying to B to J, like you typically, unless you're like a factory or like a fucking company, like you don't put a figure into production simply because your ego is so big you want to. You're making a figure that you'll be able to make affordable for your collectors to acquire. And I think that's
mhm.
definitely something that you've made available with those Glios figures, man. It's absolutely a piece between that $25 to $30 price range that
Yeah,
somebody can get and still get that little win and feel like they're enjoying a part of that scene and participating. It's dope.
yeah, no, totally. That's a big part of it. I mean, I think the scene, especially in the early days, it was like everyone was like, we're gonna success in the scene is like making one figure and selling it for like $10,000, and that's cool, you know. But I was like, yeah, this is America, man. This is like people come here for the audience, you know. Like if you make it big here, I mean, granted, fine art is great too, but it's like, like 20, $25. Like that's doable for something that you really like. And in terms of like what I do, like I like real toys. So it's like it was I've said this before in other interviews where it's just like I wasn't sure. I knew I wanted to make a production toy, but then at the same time, I was like, oh, wait, maybe people just like what I do because I hand make it and this is going to not work, and they're going to be like, no, we're buying it because it's hand painted and we can see that the bottoms are a little bit rough and stuff like that, but it worked out. So, but
and that being said, actually, do you do commissions often? Because like even when you scroll through your page, you do see often like commissions posted, but you're so regimented, it seems, in like your drops. How does that kind of work into your scheduling?
I don't know. It just all kind of makes sense. Like if I know I'm in the middle of something, like getting an edition done, I'll just say, oh yeah, no commissions yet, and then one commission will go up, and then it'll like, some people that get like a certain amount of commissions every month and stuff like that. So I just, I just kind of play it by ear and whatever feels right and stuff. And commissions are good because it's like in the beginning, you don't want to do them because it's someone asking you to do something. And it's just human nature. It's just human nature. No matter what it is, someone asks you to do it, and you're like, oh, even if you like doing it. But it's always, and by this point, I know it's always good because it brings me to a place where I wouldn't have gone by myself. And I'll learn something. I'll try something. Like Brian, those marbled pearlescent figures, that I did for you. And it was just like, I was not going to do those probably, like I would have never done something like that. But the challenge of doing them and again, when they all work together and stuff like that, it kind of felt good. It's like picking up a puzzle that like, you're like, do I really want to get involved with this puzzle? And it's just like by the time you get it at the end, you're like, I'm glad I did that, because you learn something for sure.
Yeah. Dude, and real quick on your on your commissions too. We were talking about how you're pretty much a machine when it comes to some of this other stuff as far as the drop and then packaging it up and everything. I think, dude, the way that those ones that you were just talking about, I think I was just digging through your page and I found those and came up with a couple different colorways. And then next thing you know, dude, I think it was probably within an hour or so, you had it all whipped up and you're like this? I'm like, yep, that's it. And but then there's some hand paint on and those are dude, those are classy figs, man. Those are really nice. When stuff like that happens, I mean, do you ever, I don't think you probably rely on it, but do you find that being kind of like a good generator of ideas of just kind of doing various commissions for people and really kind of taking into what they're saying as far as a look or a style?
Yeah, I mean, I like getting some sort of feedback, like I would say like light or dark, hot or cold, clear or solid. Just give me like some stuff, because just give me some kind of stuff to bounce around in, and then I can like, I'll get it, and but just starting fresh, just give me one color, or something like that. And just something to start with, because I think it definitely helps to have some kind of a rule, because a lot of times people tell me stuff and I'll be like, that's wrong. Like, I don't think it's going to work, but it's like, it will work. It's just something that I wasn't naturally going to think of, so it's an education. Like most commissions, I usually end up being like, those are where I have my moments of like, ooh, something new that just happened. Like I said, I can't enjoy that with Lyos or with stuff because it's so planned out. So just to be able to like be like, hey, it's like Friday or whatever, let me wrap this commission up, because I'll work on it a little bit. If I want to, I could just focus on it and get it done, but I'll give it time. I'll put it on my desk, work on other stuff and stuff. But when it's time to like, all right, time to finish this thing, it's really satisfying because it's like I'm forcing myself for it to be up to the level, that I'm going to say it's mine and I made it, so I don't like phoning it in, because it's just like, it's stuff I make, so
well, there, I could see that, man, for sure. And I mean, dude, I think you're at a level now where, I mean, do you find that, any type of pressure at all where people are really, I mean, I think the expectation now is a incredible, as close to flawless as can be, piece. Do you find yourself thinking about that, or is it just, I don't want to, like you said, you're not going to phone it in and rush through it or anything. But I think the quality, man, I mean, that's another, feather in your cap is your quality, I think, is almost, God, dude, I mean, we can say it's unmatched, right? I mean, as far as just pouring resin figures, it's up there, You know,
Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. It's the style is that like that, because I want it to look like it was like factory done, even though it's better than, I mean, the factory stuff that I'm basing it on, if you look at like old Star Wars figures, they're all over the place,
yeah,
but
yeah.
still there's whatever it is. I think it just might be my style. It's similar to, I think my painting is kind of similar to model making, where I love building models. I used to weather stuff, but not too much. So I just like, painting three-dimensional surfaces is a lot of fun because the lines are there. You just have to kind of stick to them and find them and stuff like that. But there's always, painting, and then I go back and I'll scrape it or touch it up and stuff like that. It's just a matter of like looking at it and being like, nope, there's a spot there, and just going over it so many times until you can't find anything. But there's still spots, So it is handmade. So, it's handmade, so it's not perfect, obviously. So
dude, piece that I wanted to ask you about, I didn't want to get you on here and ask you about, oh, hey, remember this piece? Dude, you know what? Here's something that I forgot to mention, and I'm going to kick myself if I don't mention it. I had the idea of this interview going like that old Chris Farley skit on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? The interviewer.
With Paul McCartney? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. The Paul McCartney. Hey, you remember when you were with that group, the Beatles? That was cool, wasn't it?
It wasn't like that at all. Yeah, no, it was just like a good conversation. So no, yeah.
But one thing I wanted to ask you about though is dude, and it's a piece that you and I have 3 or 4 of them, is the Morticia head. And you and I have talked about that piece at length as far as just kind of where our mind goes when we see those pieces. Is that you had in mind with those? Because for me, honestly, dude, I think it's twofold for me. I think it's the piece for one and the look, but then also on some of these, it's the makeup. Everyone that I have is extremely different, and give me a different feel for each one. But when you were creating that piece, man, what did you have in mind? I mean, first of all, like, tell us what that is. That's a Morticia doll head, correct?
Yeah, it's like a puppet head. I think it's old. I think it's like maybe from the late 60s. I picked it up San Diego Comic-Con one year. I was out there and I saw it, and it was just, it was kind of pricey, like, for stuff, that's not a complete thing. But I don't know, I just like it. I mean, I like women's faces, and something about it. The hair is cool, the eyes are cool, and then it was weird. I just started, it was like one of those things where I just wanted, like, Sunshine that I've just like casted, just like as is, just to make more of them, or the what's his name, Venger from Dungeons and Dragons or something, where it's just like such a cool piece by itself. Casting, especially marbling it, it's just kind of cool to be able to look into it, and like, the way that the things happen around the cheekbones. I think I was just attracted to it. I think it's, probably like, why there's so much like sculpture of like women's bodies or men's bodies. It's just like, as humans, we're just kind of attracted to other humans,
Sure.
And the head itself was attractive, and I knew, like, I was just marbling them to see what they would look like, and then I realized by adding a little bit of paint, I actually have a set that I started, like 4 or 5 that I'm painting. I started painting them like years ago, but they're Darth Maul makeup.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they look. But me, I'm like trying to get them like exact, and then like with the black hair, and then like with the fire eyes and everything like that. And it's just like, yeah. I mean, I'm not like a crazy prequel person at all, but I was like, this looks pretty nuts. Like
Wow.
They've been in process for like probably about 4 or 5 years, but I just keep trying to get them right and stuff.
Yeah,
I'll probably release them at some point. So
nice. You know what? Skilled One. So there's we got a viewer, a guy who chimes in, Skilled One. He also, dude, and that's something I wanted to ask you about before, was more female figs in general. I don't think there's enough out there. I mean, they come along every now and then. Yeah. I don't want to say, do you know why that is? I think probably because it's kind of a male dominated, I don't know, whatever you want to.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. I mean, there's not that many, because a lot of people are making figures based on stuff, like bring stuff current that was old, and there's just not that many in the past. It's like, yeah, Leia, Tila, the G.I. Joe ones. I mean, I don't really mess with them because those bodies they're not really meant to be recast, I feel, unless you're like doing them piece by piece. But
Yeah.
I guess there's just not that many of them, but they're always like, when people do female stuff, it's kind of striking, I find, like the Nike figure I did, which is kind of, I mean, it's really based on a female figure. Yeah, I think, I mean, because a lot of that is hand sculpted, that one. And you totally get it, like the interest in creating it, and stuff like that. Because, that's what I'm attracted to. So you can get why people would like carve marble and stuff like that. And I think, I think I would assume they sell well because they're maybe more rare, you know what I mean? And like soldiers and demons and hooded skeletons are kind of ubiquitous, so maybe I would think like if there were more, people would be more interested in them. So I was happy. I was just happy that it worked out with the second Glyos was a female character. Like I didn't really plan it that way, but it just kind of worked out. And she's super like, she's tough too. It's not some like cutie pie kind of thing or anything like that.
That reptilian look is so sick.
Yeah, I mean, I loved Medusa from Clash of the Titans, and Zorana. I mean, there's tons of characters that are in that one, and like more current, like Gamora on Guardians of the Galaxy. Like her character, I think, is really cool. Gina Carano in like the Deadpool was she's in the first or second, like that, just like a brawler. It's just like that's awesome. It's really cool to see.
Yeah. Shed Quarter Creations came in, man. I don't know if you're familiar with Shed Quarter Creations. Just getting back to Legos. I'm just him real quick, man. Shed Quarters Creations out of Australia, but he's making these giant size Lego pieces.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna grab this one right here just because it's in reach. But that Lego.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So and really
nice packaging,
man. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Looks just like a Lego piece, but. Just going back to Legos, man, I think that we had, dude, I think a lot of us, started off with Legos at one point, and just kind of started that whole building process of building from nothing, which is cool, man. It's really cool to see that kind of carry over, and to see people refer to that back later on in life that, hey, Legos were kind of the start of it all.
Yeah, they're really cool. Going up to Sidekicks. He and Morgan had been like Legoing for a while. One of the first times I went up there, they were like, we're going to Lego. And I was just like, okay, like I haven't built Legos in a while, but like I got really into it. I have like a whole city up there that I'm building. And it's just like, every time I go up, I add more and more to it. And like, we stay up to like all night, just building Legos and stuff. And it's really cool. Listen to tunes, and the Sidekick kind of knows. He'll like be rummaging through stuff and sorting stuff, and then because he knows like the builder styles, he'll like hand you a piece that he thinks is like complementary to what you're working on and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. I didn't get into it till, like I said, like years ago up there, but I was like, oh shit, it's really I just like doing buildings. I love like clear pieces and black pieces and playing around with patterns and stuff like that.
DNS asked a question. I don't know if you see that question or not. Crumbs. He's or yeah, I don't know. He said that there was a question there. I just scrolled back. I didn't see it in there.
So Death and Strawberry is asking, at what point did you feel comfortable paying out for a run of figures from a factory, and what tipped the scales towards that decision?
Having enough money to do it. Yeah. So that's what I tell everybody. I was like, when should I make a figure? I'm like, when you got like that much money, which is a lot of money to have if you're just like doing stuff here and there. But if you built up enough money doing what you're doing with your own hands, to pay for something like that, that's kind of a good sign. But I mean, I wanted to start making stuff right away, but I didn't. And I think it's probably better, you just don't get it. I mean, I had at Toy Fair, I was invited into Bandai was looking at my stuff in like 2003, and they were like, like we'd have to develop a whole new show. Like that kind of conversation. Or Dark Horse was like, oh yeah, we love your stuff, but you need like at least 10,000 people who know who you are. And this is like in the aughts, and stuff. So a big part of like putting stuff into production is actually having the audience for it. I know it's a dream, but it's like, I get it. It's different. Like vinyl seems like a good thing because it's not as involved with production, but like doing injection mold, it's kind of a big deal, in terms of like, and you want to keep running it, stuff like that. I mean, you don't have to keep running it, but it's silly to make something and then just like break even after like a couple editions and then drop it, And I think that's what why he's decisive, because he just sees stuff and he knows stuff that can keep going, because the factory is not going to invest time in making something that they're only going to run 4 or 5 times either. Like they want to, if they're going to build a mold for you, they want to be able to keep running it, but, or just get a license and then just make like 10 or 15,000 of the things right out of the gate, I guess,
That's another way to do it.
That's another way to do it. Yeah. But just save money doing resin. Like I think I had everything going, but I was like piecemeal in terms of like the budget on the first Glyos on the Raider. But it's like 2019. What was it? Yeah, it was right around Thanksgiving of 2019. And I opened up the wrestlers. I did like this, hey, I got like molds for, I think, how many characters. Like, let's see what happens if I just leave this open, and it was like over 200 wrestlers, and I was just like, whoa, like what the hell? And I was like, well, there's the money. I mean, you can do the math, how much they cost, and it was just like, okay. So the whole month after that, every day I was like a soldier, like woke up at the same time, like oatmeal, lentil soup, not going anywhere for Thanksgiving, just doing this, a month's worth of work on wrestlers basically made it that I could do the Glyos, kind of, and just get that taken care of. Yeah.
That's cool, man. That explains where all those pictures that you post of these random wrestlers and like one-offs. I'm like, dude, who has all these things?
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of them out there, but dude, that's interesting, man. So that's what funded the whole Glyos thing was a month run of wrestlers, huh?
Well, yeah, I opened up, it was like, I have pictures of like them when they were all done, but it was like was it the 4 Cantina Aliens, Tusken Raider? I forgot how many there were. I think there was like 8 total offered, and I was already paying for stuff for the figure, because it was like I pay Steve for the sculpt, then stuff, paying for this. But in terms of like ordering, the ordering is like of editions is more pricey than the actual setup, and a lot of time, especially if you're doing like a lot of editions ordered. But that kind of was like, oh, I'm good. And then I had that deal. Brian hooked me up. I worked on a Nike project too, for Nike, and that was like another thing where they've just like, they pay really, really well. So it was like those two things together, and I was like, all right, I got this. I would have had it otherwise too, but that really put me over the edge. So I even bought a new jacket. That's how much. That's how good of a weekend I had. So yeah.
Dude, that's the second time that I wanted to reference Seinfeld in this interview, dude. Are you a Seinfeld guy?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
God, dude, the jacket episode is what I was going to refer to, but then the other one was, we were talking about something, and I was talking about and I was going to say it's like Jerry when he had to sign all those checks for like 10 cents a piece because he was on that show. I think we were talking about you just having to go through the process of the painstaking process, and reminded me of that. Anyways, glad you said Seinfeld. That will make up for the Yankees for sure.
I'm not that big of a fan. I like the A's too, but I had a parakeet when I was a kid, and I named him Oakland because he was like green and yellow. So, we friends again?
There we go. I'll take that, man.
Yeah.
We may not be around for that much, but I appreciate you saying that anyways.
Yeah.
This is kind of a broad question, man, and it's something that I think a lot of people in the room are wondering. It's something that I wonder too. With this influx of artists that we've seen over the last 2 years, I mean, sometimes it's just as easy as not having enough time, right? Like I've seen some of these people come out, or artists come out in the last 3 years, you know, kind of early 2000, mid 2000. And, you know, maybe they're working at home and now they're not working at home anymore and they're just not around. Are people that are maybe now working from home and want to kind of just stay in this world of creating stuff and trying to squeeze it in when they can. Is there any type of recommendations that you have, man? Because I think probably the main thing that I've heard from people is just what you're talking about, man, the grind. You're doing it full time, but there are people out there who have a separate job and they're trying to add this at the same time and trying to get it to the point where they can grow it enough to where they can switch over to this time, but find it very frustrating as far as either ideas or sales or material. Is there any 1 or 2 bits of advice you could give anybody to just stay on that grind?
Yeah, just don't kill yourself. I mean, if you're young, kill yourself. But if you're older, like, you know, take it easy. Because I had a full-time job, and I would all my jobs, I'd be like, can I come in at like 7 so I could get out? Because I've said this on another interview, like New York, you get out at 5, you're screwed because everybody gets out, and it takes that much longer to get home. So I would just like go in super early, get out early, come home, sleep for like 45 minutes, then go over to the studio and then just crank it and stuff like that. So, but just, I mean, the main thing is like, it's hard to say because I know, like, I talked to Andrew, you know, Tunnels, and I've said this on another thing too, where he was talking to me about casting, and I'm like, oh, this dude is a dad. He has 3 kids, and he's a teacher, you know. So he's like, so when it's all done, and it's like, say it's like 9:30 at night, like how many casts can he get in before he's got to go to sleep to wake up? You know, for me, I think of it so differently because I can, like, you know, like with the wrestlers and stuff, I've been doing like 2 molds at a time. So, you know, I can get around like 30 wrestlers cast in the day, you know, so I can like bang out like, say like a 75-piece edition in like 2 days and a little bit on the 3rd day, you know. And I forget that, especially with casting, because you're waiting, you know. So it's like, if you could just pack them and then take them out, like it's something different, but there is time involved. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I just got lucky with timing, you know, having a studio. My situation here, it's like, you know, I live pretty simple, you know, like I don't have a car, you know, I don't have kids. So like just being able to like really focus on my artwork. My girlfriend's the same way. Like she has a studio, used to be up here, but she's got a studio downtown. And it's just like, it's like being a priest or something, you know, like you really, if you're going to do it, you know, you really got to do it. So it might not be like when you really see what it's about, especially like you have kids and you have health insurance and all that stuff. Like now, yeah, of course, that's like, I can handle like bills and stuff now, but in the beginning, it's like, you don't want to risk stuff like that. I remember like just DMing with Dano, and he was just saying like, you know, he's got a family. Like he can't just go, like, even though he's like the king of what he does, he can't just like wander off and be like, I'm going to be good with it, you know, because there's other responsibilities that he has, you know, mortgages, stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's like, I don't know. It's hard to say. I get it. I'm super aggressive. I wanted it bad, and I worked my ass off to get it. But it's like, if you're young, I think you stand a better chance. If you're older, it just might, you know, it might just be different timing, you know. Main thing is like, yeah, don't compare yourself to like anybody else. Do your thing, you know. And yeah, I don't think I don't think everybody doing it is gonna like end up in exactly the space where they want to be, you know. I mean, and then if it does, like, everything's great for me now, but who really knows how long this will last? You know, this is totally dependent on something that is totally like, you can't really rely on it, you know. things are good, but it's, you know, I don't think it's, you know, I think I'm better off than being like a stand-up comedian or something like that, you know. Maybe, I mean, I don't know, or an actor or something like that, because at least like we're in charge of what we do. Like
Yeah.
nobody has to give me permission to do what I do, you know. And that's the one good thing about being like not only an artist or creative person, but someone who can actually sell stuff themselves and show people stuff themselves. Like I don't, if I had to wait for a gallery, like people would never know about me, you know, because I wouldn't be good at pursuing that, I don't think, you know. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that
So,
helps, but just give it time and just enjoy the fact that you're fucking doing something that you like, and the rest will kind of take care of itself, you know.
yeah, great advice, man. Let's say that did happen. Let's say that toys tomorrow for you were not a thing. What is it that you're doing?
Jesus, I think I've cooked. I think I've cooked because it's the same satisfaction in terms of being in motion and making stuff and creating stuff. And I'm not a desk job person. I'm not like a wait around for things. I used to be a waiter. I mean, I've been everything: lifeguard, worked at the Gap. I worked at Action Park, you know, that place where everybody like
Wow.
got hurt and stuff like that. So I've had a lot of different jobs, and then this is great, and it's comparable to like when I cook stuff. I feel that same feeling of like total focus. I'm in the moment. Time is just going by, you know. So I always say, yeah, I'd probably end up being like a line cook, something that I could just distract me from my career falling apart, you know.
That's cool, man. Do you like any of the cooking shows? Food Network?
Not too much, you know. I just like doing it. You know
Yeah,
what I
me
mean?
neither. I was just asking.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes would we watch the British Bake Off or whatever. So
Yeah, there you go. It's a good one.
that one's pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, I just love making shit, especially when it's like I make Christmas cookies. I've never really made them before, but I made them over the thing, and it was like I fucking nailed them, man. They were like really good. And I was like, this is awesome, you know. So, but yeah.
With the food, you were, dude, I remember seeing a barbecue sauce label. Yes? Or was that a wine label?
Oh no, it was like hot sauce with syrup.
Hot sauce, that's what it was.
Yeah. It's hot maple syrup. One of my buddies from Jersey, he's up in Vermont now, and he makes maple syrup, Benito's hot sauce, and then he makes
Okay.
hot maple syrup and shit like that. So I was like, yeah, dude, let's do this thing. So we made a couple with the labels on and stuff. So
That's dope.
just for
Did you
fun.
say hot maple syrup?
Yeah. It's like ghost pepper. I think it's ghost pepper infused. I think I might have a few bottles. So
yeah, nothing like some ghost pepper at, you know, 8
yeah, it was good. I mean, nobody really cares much about it. So it's like whenever I do anything other than figures, nobody really gives a shit. Like cards, t-shirts. I mean, it's all right, but it's like I'm always like, oh, people are gonna like it. I'm like, this was a waste of time. Well,
do you get a lot of that of like non-toy work where people are like, hey dude, like draw me up a label or give me an idea for something like that? Is there a lot of that, or is it just
no, people come to me like I get a lot of like, hey man, I want to make a toy and I want you to make it. And I'm just like, it's not really what I do, you know, kind of like yeah, but I get it. I'm always cool. And they're like, I always send, you know, I get a lot of requests for casting stuff, which I used to do somewhat, but I have so many friends that do stuff and looking for work and stuff. I can always like I set people up with people, you know, because there's people that I know that I trust could do the right thing. Or what was it like? I've given some jobs to Mike, you know, the Mark Ultra, because I know he's like, I think he's like trying to get a figure going, so he's just like looking to get capital together. So it's like, yeah, this guy will do it. And then you know, Broke One.
Oh yeah,
Brody. Yeah, I hooked him up with some guy like who was like, the guy made like bongs or something like that. I don't know who it was, and then I had no idea, but Brody was just like, I know who this guy is. This is crazy. So I was like, oh man, that like really worked out. That's awesome. I just didn't have time to do it, you know. But
wow, that's cool. Yeah, Broke One, dude. Broke One's got some interesting stuff. He's been around for a minute. I got quite a few of his.
Yeah, he's been around a long time. I always like his stuff too. It's like he did like marbling early on, and I remember being like, oh shit, like, and his stuff is just, it's kind of just out there, you know, like he's just doing it. He's doing it for color and look and stuff like that. He's not trying to like say what it is, you know, and
Yeah.
I kind of respect that. Same thing with like green plastic tunnels and Mike,
Mm.
you know, the Mark Ultra. It's just like, you know, I dig the card shit too, you know, like where it's like, hey, this is the joke and here's the punchline and there's the figure, but it's not exactly what I do, you know. So like the
Yeah.
guys that are a little bit more like soft spoken and make scary stuff, they tend to be like in more in my wheelhouse, you know. But
Yeah. Well, I think he was one of the first ones that used that new clamshell from Dove. I got a piece from Broke One that had that. It's just like a sheet of paper in there that kind of it's just kind of sitting in there as the card back, I guess you would say.
Oh, I did. I think I might have been the first to do that. Maybe I did it on my first 3 3/4 things and it was like, yeah. And then I did it. I did the clamshell because I was like, all right, this is cool. I had a card from Sidekick with like this universal, like it was like I think it's like two whirlpools mixing together or stuff. But I did it because I was like, I guess I got to do stuff on cards. So I did that. And then tons of people started doing it. And I was just like, all right, I'm not doing it anymore. So I thought everyone was going to respect it. But I was like, all right, forget it. It's a free for all. I'm out, you know.
That's funny.
It's a great way to do it because it's like you can take it out, you know.
Yeah, exactly, man. I do like the setup on there. You know, I don't know as far as cost goes, it seems economical to me. But it's a sharp look for sure.
No, yeah, totally. Yeah, I remember my first one. I used it like sideways because it was like something that you'd put like screws or bolts in. So I had it like a sideways orientation. But the boxes are great. Sidekick just stamped, you know, he die cuts those, and I do all the hot foiling in my studio. He taught me how to hot foil, so now I have my own hot foiler I do in my studio. So like the card on that, yeah, I stamped that. Yeah, it's kind of nice to have everything in one place, you know.
I'm all giving Sidekick shout out at the beginning of this.
He taught me how to do it, so and he helped.
Well, there you go. Shout out to Sidekick
yeah,
then.
Totally. Yeah.
But that's dope, man. That is so you're doing this. This is all part of your process too. You're doing this too.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's a nice little break in, you know, the regular stuff. So
how are you getting black staples?
You just Google them, and then there's people selling them. I think the company's called Jam. Oh no, they're all hand painted. I mean, yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's what I thought.
Yeah. So rare. I used to use like the little like eyelet things, you know, where you have to like put them in a thing, but I was it just too time consuming. But early stuff has all that kind of stuff on it.
Yeah, I have quite a few of those, man, and I always feel bad when I open those. I usually cut the bottom, but it's still a really, really sharp look.
Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna say there, Crumbs? It was on the tip of your tongue. I could see it.
No, man, I'm just chilling.
Yeah, nothing
I'm
to say.
sorry to bar the conversation there. It just seems like I had a ton of questions there one time.
What time is it anyway?
We've
been going at this for a while.
Yeah, we've been chatting your ear off about 2.5 hours now.
Nice.
But I want to give you kind of the floor there because let's be honest, we're pretty amateur hour, B and I. And like in a perfect world, if we had been good at interviewing you shit and asking you the proper things, what are things that you wish we had touched on here this evening, or you'd like to kind of touch on real quick tonight, man?
Absolutely nothing. You guys have been perfect. So I really don't have anything to say. That's it.
We touched you properly.
2 p.m. Eastern. That's it. See you Saturday.
There you go, man.
I mean, I think we kind of covered everything. I'm trying to think. I think mentioning the fact of like the militarism and 9/11, that's something I always think about, but I never mention because so I'm glad I got to say that like on this for sure.
That caught me off guard a lot because admittedly, one of my thesis statements was war and the effect on art. And never once have I really actually thought too much about toys. I always think about like visual art and comic book art, movies. Yeah. That was probably the first time I've heard somebody reference the fact that they were making toys around the period of 9/11. And it was kind of surreal to kind of all of a sudden just like take that in for a moment because I wouldn't have even thought about creating art at that time, let alone very militarized art.
Yeah, well, it was just like that's all I could make, and it's like I almost. Have you seen Mickey Blue Eyes?
Oh yeah.
Where like the son-in-law or something like that is a painter, and he paints like these like kind of like Renaissance paintings, but then there's like a guy with a machine gun, in it and stuff like that, and it's like a joke. And like I thought that like my work would be seen that way initially because I was thinking I was leaning towards fine art, but there's like guns and violent and helmets and stuff like that. So it's like this can't be art because it deals with violence. But then, like I said, after 9/11, like the imagery of violence that is just like still even more so with us today is just weird, because I was a model builder. I know all the planes, all the tanks, all the guns, all that stuff. But now it's like everybody else is like saying things, like surface to air missiles and AWACS and cluster bombs. It's like it's in our vernacular so much now. I mean, let's face it, we're a violent culture, domestically and foreign.
Yeah.
It's kind of what we're known for.
Yeah.
But
Homo sapiens kill good.
yeah, it's and to love all that stuff and to be like the imagery of it and the design of it and just I guess it's because it looks bad. It's a plane that's gonna shoot you with those things on the wings, though you could see the violence in those things. And I was always drawn to it. But now it's like everybody understands that stuff. So
And
unfortunately, I guess,
yeah, exactly, man. And I think just to take that even a little bit further, Pendragon has come out with a series of pieces over the last few months or so where it's very it's war, right? But it's very different. Like one that I'm thinking of is a static piece of a soldier with a gun, and the barrel is wrapped around and pointing back at himself.
Mhm.
And so I think, to me, what I see in that is people that are sick of exactly what you're talking about, man, of being so familiar with war terms and being okay with seeing all this stuff on TV. To me, when I look at that, I see a piece that wants to be the opposite of that, and say, man, of all the war. And but it's weird how it's still in that kind of that same world, and it's still appealing with a different meaning. It's weird like that.
Yeah, totally. It's I mean that's the like a stealth fighter or something like that. Like you talk about bad guys. I mean that's our plane, but you look at it and it's like, how is that not designed to just be just fearsome, and to intimidate and stuff like that? And it's you can't help but be. I mean, I'm a visual person, so I pick up on that stuff. I know it. I love looking at it, but I don't agree with it being used the way it's used a lot of the times, which is unnecessarily, or its involvement with money and stuff like that, or power and stuff. I know it's just the way things are, but yeah, like I said, I know it, but it's not like I'm not gung ho about shit that's going on at all.
Yeah.
But I could tell
for
you,
sure.
I could tell you how it goes because of what I know about that stuff. And
Yeah.
so I seeing that stuff is like knowing that, wow, okay, you're shooting at people with that, like first of all, you're not supposed to be using that weapon against personnel, but nobody else knows that,
Yeah.
but
Right.
it's just crazy stuff like that, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I guess even that definitely paints a different imagery for you, creates a different reality even.
What's that?
I said, I guess that would even paint a different reality for you as well, right? Like having that information and like just like the gravity then that it all ends up meaning a little bit more.
Oh yeah, I mean, like just the way the news is sensationalizes violence, claims to be against it, but makes money on it, and shit like that. The way that they refer to things just to make it sound worse than it is sometimes, and stuff like that. That they just feel, I get that that's good copy. Say that word, and it's
Yeah.
just like, yeah, it's garbage. But
That's a trip, man, when you see those videos of like all these different media outlets saying word for word the exact same thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When it comes to stuff like that, man, it's scary when you really think about it. That we tune into news for information, and dude, you can get lost very, very quickly by watching, one 30-minute news program. You could be completely blind to what's going on.
It's all part of it's part of the whole program, and stuff like that. It's always been. It's nice that people are waking up to it now, but at the same time, it's almost like what, you can't do anything about it. Like it's the more that people realize that, I think things aren't what they are told to us. Like, there doesn't mean it's, oh, we see the light now. Not going to happen that way. That's not the way it goes. But
yeah, absolutely, man. Agreed.
Sadly, not the way. Well, Healy, man, I don't know if you wanted to stick around. I think we're going to open up a little bit for some of the homies to kind of pop in and chill for a little bit, but I also don't want to hold you on for more probing questions either. Unless you're enjoying the probing. I know.
I'll take a few more. It's getting kind of late. I'm kind of old though. It's like 1 o'clock over here, man.
Yeah, you're in New York. You're in the Eastern zone as well.
It's a weeknight. I got to be at my day job tomorrow at 7 in the morning. So
it's Friday, man. It's Friday.
No, I know. Just kidding. I'm fine. I carried all my boxes up 5 flights of stairs today. So,
God, dude, what a pain. So let me see. So David Healey going to the grocery store. You're right now lugging up groceries 5 flights of stairs.
Oh no, my studio is on the 5th floor. I live on the 1st floor.
Well, that makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
Yeah. But not, I mean, all the heavy stuff has to go in the studio. So,
Yeah. There you go. That's funny. Yeah, Kyle Kerwin says he grew up on a military base. Lots of imagery hits the weird nostalgic spot. Yeah. Being like a kid excited about helicopters. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I love that. Apache helicopters, like one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
I love stuff in the air that engages the ground. A-10s, Apaches, Frogfoots, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I live right next to there's a military base here in town. Travis Air Force Base is in Fairfield. But when I grew up on that other side of town, do lots of military activity all the time. Stuff in the air I've never seen before. It's all military stuff, but it's all very intriguing. Just kind of stand there in your yard and then look at those things above. And
it's amazing stuff. Yeah,
it really
awesome.
is, dude. When you see it in person, you see it on TV, it's one thing, but when you see it in person and you feel the rotation of the blades on those things, man, from like miles away, and you feel it and you can hear it, and then you see it and you see the size of them. It's crazy, dude. It's definitely one of those things where it brings a whole new meaning to it when you see it in person, right?
Oh yeah, totally. There was air shows in town where I went to high school and stuff, and they had a lot of World War II stuff that could actually land there and fly around. That's wild, like seeing the B-17 fly over your house and stuff. But then when the F-117s or F-16s come by, it's just like, oh man, it's cool. I mean, it's just, it's insane, or even here, in the city, my studio window looks kind of north and I'm in the LaGuardia kind of path is kind of right out the window. So you see all kinds of crazy shit going in and out of LaGuardia, or when they had the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds come by the city and stuff. It's awesome. I saw that Maverick. Do you see Maverick?
Oh yeah.
It's incredible,
Great movie, dude.
Yeah.
Great movie, super predictable, but I thought it was good. I thought, with the flight scenes and stuff like that, unreal, dude. Very
yeah. I love F-18s too, and it's kind of about them, the movie, so it was cool to see.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm a pussy Canadian, so I'm not gonna lie. This all seems weird as fuck to me. I'm looking at the comments. Everybody's talking about tanks rolling in, falling asleep to the sound of artillery. You're gonna talk about the fucking whipping of choppers. I'm over here yo, no. Spicy maple syrup and fucking military? Fuck you guys. What are you doing over there?
Oh, come on. You guys are part of the Commonwealth. You're in it with us still.
We like to pretend we're peacekeepers. Come on. We go over there with our guns and our weapons to keep peace.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought you'd have some commentary on the maple syrup there,
I had
Crumbs.
no idea what the fuck to say there. I was like, what the hell are you guys doing? Ruining pancakes with spicy maple syrup over there? What the hell is
I'm
this?
telling my buddy. I haven't tried it, believe it or not, so.
That's funny.
Same as, yeah. Is that a night thing? Do you eat spicy? Does it go on chicken or meat or something? What is this?
I don't know.
It could.
It's a big. It sells a lot of it because everybody makes hot sauce, but he's like one of the few people that makes like spicy maple syrup. So he says it does well. He gets it from some guy in Canada too, I think.
Oh, there you go, Crumbs. Probably your neighbor.
Some fucking Canadian is just fucking with you guys. He thinks it's hilarious. You guys like it.
He's in Montpelier, so he's not too far. So
that sounds French to me.
Are you on the yeah. Are you on the west side or east side?
East Coast.
Oh yeah, okay.
He's a Toronto guy.
Okay, yeah.
So east for you guys.
Yeah, totally. You're across the water.
The little hop, skip, and a jump, man. Especially when you mentioned Maine was pretty close to you there.
Yeah.
Not too far. I'm gonna poke at one last one too. What the fuck made you decide the I'm gonna get it wrong, the Babalu? How is that the first mold and cast? I mean, that is one of like the weirdest figures somebody could decide to be like their first mold and cast.
I thought it would be easy because it didn't have any undercuts and it was smooth. I had no idea how rubber worked. And I was just like, this seems like blobby. So if it's screwed up, like you won't even be able to tell. But that was my thinking. I don't know. So
it's great. I love that one. I know that you said before that's one of your favorite ones to cast. But dude, what a sick piece, dude. That run for Decon out here was nuts. I mean, I've seen plenty.
Yeah, they came out pretty good. Those are like, I made a bunch of those in the beginning, and they're the wrestlers that I use on the Star Wars wrestlers' bodies underneath there. And then I just did all this, I think it's like clump foliage and then like Mod Podge, all kinds of weird stuff to get that look that way, you know. And I was making those before I was doing resin. I made those Babas in like 2009, I think, initially, and then by 2010 I learned how to cast. So I just got laid off from a job, started making those, and then I got a new job, and there was a guy at that job that knew how to cast. So had I not been laid off and kind of miserable for a year, like this whole thing would have gone probably pretty differently, you know. So,
wow, that's crazy, man.
It's all. I mean, everybody's life is filled with those things where it's just like one little thing, you know.
For sure. Yep, could have gone left, right. Hot honey on chicken and waffles.
There you go.
What are we talking about? Grumsy?
There you go. B. You want to spin for that?
We might as well.
Sounds good to me, man. I will pull up the wheel here. If anybody wants in on that lovely Safubi piece, the Japanese soft vinyl from HealeyMade, the B's got chill there beside him. Sometimes I'm on the ball. If anybody wanted in and I haven't caught you, please chime in. I did try and scroll through a couple times, but some of you guys just silently watch.
Dave, we call this the Wheel of Death, but it's going through a name change of 23. So we're tossing around a few names.
Okay.
Yeah, the Wheel of Death just seems a little ominous.
Yeah, no one's dying here.
But I do like that, you know what, 33 episodes, we've done nothing to try and get a good process going. We just use this janky ass wheel on wheelofnames.com. I kind of love that.
Hey, did you go through how many giveaways did you say that stat?
No, I didn't get that stat because admittedly, I'm still trying to find all those, man. There's too many. It's a lot. Too many.
Yeah.
Spinning the wheel.
There we go.
There we go.
Big winner.
And there you have it. Johnny Marbles.
Johnny Marbles.
Congratulations, man. And B, if I'm not mistaken, you've got a box going to that route. Did you already send a box out that route?
I did not, man, and that's actually perfect, Johnny Marbs. I will rebox your order. I wasn't even in order, but I'll get that to you ASAP, man. Enjoy it. I know he will. He's a fan.
Nice.
He doesn't like toys, and he actually said that I can have it.
Oh, well, then it's coming. Well, hey, how about this? You have me your address then, and I'll send it to you. How about that? Yeah. I don't have Dave. This guy won't give me his address. He's very hands off on the sending me stuff like that. So this guy could live on
Wow.
for all I know. And I don't know. I don't know where he lives.
Wow.
He says Toronto, but you never know.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Dude, Dave, I know we'll talk in the future, man.
Yeah, man.
I cannot thank you enough for coming on the show, dude. Seriously, one of the biggest highlights of the show. We've been doing this thing for 6 months. I think we're on episode 33. One of the top highlights for sure, dude. I super appreciate you taking, God, dude, 3 hours out of your night to talk to a bunch of.
Yeah, it's fun. I like talking, so yeah. Thanks for having me. It's been great. Thanks for all your support. I'm glad we crossed paths for sure.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think we will more in the future for sure. God, dude, I know that. So drop this Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern time. That's going to be the new painted Glyos fig.
Yep.
Keep an eye out for that thing.
Yeah, it should be good. I think everyone's going to like it. So.
And then he was also saying that you also got a David Healey nudie calendar coming out for 2023.
That is
keep
true.
Our eyes peeled for.
That's true. Yep. It's a daily one too. There's a bunch of pictures. It's not monthly. It's daily.
Daily tearaway.
Yeah, you said a daily tearaway. There you go.
Jeez Louise. That's what you're actually doing in the back end.
Yeah, totally. I don't have a real job, so I got time.
Yeah. That's where the money's coming from.
Well, thanks, guys.
No, thank you so much, man. And try and have a good rest of the night, dude.
Yeah, you too.
And like a weirdo.
Yeah, just cancel me out. Happy New Year,
everyone. Cancel. I felt weird. Removing David Healey from the room there, Mr. Healey.
It's almost like you want. And you're like, hey, I'm gonna open the door for you now, and then I'll just lead you over here.
Well, part of it too is that if any of the homies want to hop in, click that Zoom link, and if David Healey would like to come back in, click the Zoom link. But I also didn't want to necessarily just start letting you fucking Yahoo is in here ripping his clothes off. You have to wait for the calendar.
Dude, when we were first talking about this before, that's exactly what I thought when we were talking about like the links and stuff. I'm thinking, dude, we can't have other people just jumping in, with
oh hell yeah.
What the fuck is this? What did I sign up for here? But dude, that was awesome, man. God, dude, we went almost 3 full hours, dude.
I think we could have kept on coming up with things we wanted to ask them. Let's be real there.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, what a down-to-earth guy to where you can talk about, the creative process and how it all started and get really technical, or you can talk about Seinfeld. Either way, it's a cool conversation. You know what I mean?
I hope the day comes we can just roll some J's and fucking play some Lego while listening to tune. Like that is like the ideal Saturday morning. Come on.
Dude, can you, well, I mean, and then in that company as well, right? I mean, can you just even imagine, just put yourself in that situation real quick, dude, where you're sitting around with Tunnel's sidekick and Healey playing Legos. I mean, what? That's almost, dude, you know what I mean? Like, you're like, hey, I had this really bizarre dream, dude. Here's what it was. I was with David Healey and we were doing Legos for some reason. It's just, it's crazy like that, man. But
it'd be crazy like that.
What a great interview, man. That was very, very cool, dude. That was one of the most real things I've ever done in my life, but that was very awesome, man.
The poor son of a bitch. We were all over the place, dude.
We were, and you know what, dude? I'm looking at my note. I know, I'm looking at my notes before, and no bullshit, bro. Once I saw him log on, I don't think I looked at these notes one time. You know what I circled? Here's what I circled on my paper. The scene. What does that mean? I circled the scene.
Jeez Louise, homie. You know, you just gotta keep reminding yourself this. If Healy is well familiar with Sucklord, and they kind of came around at the same time, or coming up and out around the same time, and maybe hanging around with the same people. I mean, he's used to I'm not afraid of coming off abrasive or maybe like a fucking idiot. I feel like at this point in the game, HealeyMade must have interacted with many a different types of people in this scene, and is aware that some of us are just fucking weird.
Well, you know, I think what was really good, dude, was he really laid out kind of how it started, man. And if you really if you piece that interview together and you'd really try to get an idea of how it worked for him, dude, you can see that hard work and the grind is a major part of it, man. Staying on top of your game is a major part of it. Customer service, major part of it. All these things, man, that end up, you know, coming together and making what that brand is. And it's no fluke, man. It's more than just dope pieces. There's a lot of, like you said, dude, there's, you know, the majority of people that would just shit on anybody in here. People aren't even making toys, you know what I mean? Or they're not selling stuff to be produced, or they're not making stuff to be sold. But dude, just a great interview as far as what it takes to get to that level. I mean, no one ever is going to have his brain or his drive or his hustle, but you can try. Yeah, I mean, you can try to get there, and you can try to grind it out as hard as you can.
There's a couple things that I guess my brain kind of like logged, I guess, or like latched onto, that was hard not to it was hard to put down, I guess. One being that, like, by the time we've all gotten very heavy into resin toys, there's already become like almost like these like subgenres or divisions, right? Where like we think about things like designer 3D printed toys, and things that are more like gallery toys and indie resin and indie safubi, and right, the list kind of goes on in all these different subcategories, where even sometimes we're kind of like, well, what do we collect versus all this stuff that exists out there? Versus when we think all of a sudden for a situation where you have HealeyMade work sitting on a shelf beside like Kid Robot pieces. And that's interesting for me, for somebody to be talking about costs, not in the way that we're used to hearing about costs, but on a level where like it's another artist around the same time period who's also like making something similar around that nostalgic toy vibe. It's like, holy crap, like designers of these characters at the time were kind of in the same circles, even though over the last 20 years they've really kind of formed their own niche circles. And the other thing, that hustle, right? It's been mentioned in other interviews. HealeyMade even actually mentioned that it's been mentioned in other interviews. That situation of asking your boss if you can come in a little bit earlier so you can get off at 3, so you can sneak in the 45-minute nap, so you can then go and cast. Yeah, it's easier when you're younger. Obviously, it's always going to be easier when you're younger. But also, Death and Strawberries and I were talking about this week, man. And ambition is attractive to me in all levels of humans, man. Like when I see somebody saying, you guys see it all the time, when somebody like Carolina Cool Cat, right? Dude gives me boners because of the ambition level. It just, ambition really, it does appeal to me. It's really attractive to me. Sometimes when you want it that bad, you make sacrifices. You know, David mentioned it's almost monk-like to a degree. Rainbow Yawn has said the same thing. You know, on a live, I'll always remember it. Somebody on a live asked him, how do I get as good as you? The dude literally put down what he was doing, hopped up onto his couch like fucking Schmeagol from Lord of the Rings, and told this person, you have to ditch all your family, ditch all your friends, ditch everything you've ever loved, go move into the middle of bumfuck nowhere all by yourself, spend countless of hours learning your craft, and then maybe then you'll get as good as me. And he was kidding, but he kind of wasn't. You kind of choose, man. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to sit on the couch with your plate of snacks watching that television show? or are you itching to create some shit?
Yeah.
And boners. Cool cat. Ambition boners and boners.
And boners. But you're right, man. It's and what a crazy time for all of that to kind of, I mean, obviously there was work being put in before 9/11, right? But to be in, you know, that kind of topic, I guess you would say, of militaria, and then to be right in the middle of 9/11, man, I guess you could see that going one of two ways, right? Either people being very supportive of military, or people backing off and saying, whoa, man, we don't like that, you know? Gosh, dude. And then just to stick with it.
Very punk rock, even. As stupid as that sounds, around 9/11, like as a Canadian, even like most of my favorite bands, Thursday and like Rise Against and all those bands, were putting out content that was very like anti the war efforts and stuff.
Right.
So it's interesting even to see like that movement of like, yeah, across the board.
Yeah, man. And you know what's crazy too is kind of the insight that he gave us to his schooling before. Lots of like I don't want to say mechanic, but architecture and stuff like that, dude. And you can really see that kind of carry throughout his process, just as far as being meticulous and, like you said, man, just kind of being that machine of always being ready to go. It's crazy, man. It's that was a good one, dude. That was by far the longest interview that we've had. Fletch said that he puts up with Fletch. True.
I think us toy folk generally are a little empathetic and more patient with each other because we understand that we're all a little bit off.
Yeah. No, I agree, man. And there always is that bond, right? No matter how different we are, we still always kind of come back to this one bond of pieces. We can be completely opposites and sit down and talk about, you know, the scene or an artist or a piece and have a great conversation about it. And I really got that feeling from him, dude. He's just a really down-to-earth guy. You know, it's funny, dude, when he says, he goes, oh, I don't have that many followers. It's like 12,000. I'm thinking, shit, that's a lot, dude, you know? But just very humble.
And loyal.
Yeah. Yeah, loyal. You know, what's funny, dude, he did point out that there are people that get on a regular schedule of commissions from him. And, you know, sometimes you see those guys pop up, but not often. And I've always wondered that, dude. That's something that Fletch and I have talked about. Dude's like, dude, what if we just got on a schedule and we were like, we gave Healey like $150 a month, and we're like, hey, let me get, you know, a couple pieces a month and get on that. How do you get on that schedule? And there's people that are, it sounds like, are on that schedule, man, which is very cool. The dude has got a freaking system. He's a machine, and he's working it, dude. He's doing it full time. And I think just from talking to a lot of different artists, that's what they wish they could do, you know, is do this full time.
I gotta take a mad dip for one quick second, leaving that Zoom link open for anybody who wants to hop into the room there for a quick sec. But otherwise, I think we'll probably wrap it up in the next few if nobody wants to hop in, eh?
Yeah. Now, do you have to let them in, or do they just
they'll hop right into a waiting room and I can admit them right into this mother.
Oh, okay. So anybody, if you want to join, go ahead and join. Man, what a great interview, though. Congratulations, Johnny Mark, on that win. And then he's also got that painted trooper coming out on Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern on that one. Oh, what else we got? Skilled One. Yeah, it had Baba a month. That would be nice, right? So many different versions of those. You know what's funny about the Baba is I've seen that one in smaller runs too. So not only does he have the ones that he's getting out himself, but he's also got like the smaller run that that Fletch did for him at DesignerCon, and then there was that one from Wanna Spoons around Halloween that ended up being at a little small show up in Portland, Oregon, at a mall, I believe. But super cool, man. I thought what was very interesting was the makeup of that figure. I know that's one of his favorite figures to pour and pull. But just getting into the fact of what that figure's made up of, especially that the base is a wrestling figure, dude, is a SWWF figure. That's very cool. I thought that was very interesting, man, that to fund the one project, you know, he busts out a bunch of wrestlers for a month. And that's a great example of, yes, I can get this. If I do this, I'm going to fucking grind it out and do it. And I don't care what anybody says. I'm shutting myself off from the world for 30 days and I'm going to bang this bitch out. And that's exactly what he did. Boom.
Sometimes that's just how it's got to be, man. I guess especially when you're going to see it like that. Okay, this is going to sound terrible for a second, but like, let's be real, man. We've all been that dude before, I think, at some point, where like you're looking at the bag and you're kind of like, if I flip both these bags, that means I can actually buy this amount. If I sell them for this amount, that means I can basically smoke for free while I'm moving these bags. You know, you do a bit of quick math, you see how you can do some legwork, and before you know it, what you want is in your hands.
Well, not only that, I mean, you know, you learn about weights and measures really fast when you do that, right?
That's just it, man. Tycho's hopping in, dude. What is going on, homie?
Fletcha.
Oh,
there he is. Audio just turned on.
How you going, fellas?
Good, man. Hey, is that I meant to ask you this earlier. Is that resin blood piece behind you with flash work? Yeah, dude, that's sick.
So out of the garage.
You're in the garage, okay?
No, I moved out of the garage, mate. I got my toys in the house now.
Oh, that's right. Right on.
Beauty, man.
Yeah.
Buddy, what's going on, Fletch?
Man, just watched the interview. It was fucking awesome.
What'd you
Very
think?
Cool. Very good. Told you it'd go for a long time, mate.
Yeah, I was talking to Fletch before, and I've heard some of his conversations with Healey, and he's a great guy, man. I mean, sometimes we message and it just goes on, and that's one of the good things about, you know, messaging is that you don't have to respond right away. Dude, from what I've seen, dude, he'll talk as long as you want to talk for, which is just another crazy aspect about that guy, right?
Yeah, man.
I mean, super accessible, and we kind of see him as the pinnacle of what all these artists are. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, man, it was fucking awesome.
Bro, tell me about these 3D printed figures that you're making. You showed me some of those the other day. What's going on?
I mean, they're just like articulated toy things. Some unknown reason heaps of people are buying them off Jamie, but they basically just print in place like dragons and fucking aliens, and I don't know. I got a couple. I don't know what I've got printing at the moment. They're just going non-stop. And that's all I've been really focusing on a lot of lately. Every day I'm like, I'm going to pour resin. I'm going to pour resin. I'm going to pour resin. And then I never fucking pour resin. So, but I want to get it back into that tomorrow. How do I fucking turn this around? Yeah, so they basically just like, what the fuck is going on? I had it there for a sec. Yeah, man. So these ones are like some boxes going at the moment. Then I think I've got like dragons going over on this, a dragon going over on that one. We were supposed to pick up 3 more printers this week, but supposedly the lady's kid got kidnapped or something. I don't know. It's pretty wild.
What?
Yeah, man. Like, she just said the daughter went missing, and like when we picked, because we bought a couple of printers off her last time, it's just shit like that.
Oh wow, that's wild.
Yeah, man. I did a big chest burster before, but I don't know where he ended up. He's like a big long snake. But yeah, she's like, oh yeah. My daughter's gone missing because like we were supposed to pick him up on Monday. This one was cool.
Oh wow.
Emergency. We don't know where my daughter.
She had a family emergency, didn't know where the daughter was, and but the daughter's like 7, so like where the fuck is she? Don't know.
Oh, wow, that's a trip.
It's pretty wild, mate. So yeah, but she said she'd get back to us. Hopefully she finds the kid. I'm more worried about that now. Be nice to be able to print heaps more out at once, but
Headquarters, just print another kid, lady.
I mean, they've got like 40 printers.
Well, there you go, man. Each printer can do a limb or a body
print
part.
out like twins and shit. Got like I got this cool piece from this Bay Area artist last night in the Costco car park. I bought it a while ago, and I was meant to go to Oakland and pick it up. But he's pretty cool. It's like Mr.
Mention
Hibbert.
that guy. Mention
Dr. Hibbert.
What's that artist?
His name's Young Coconut. So
Yep.
I think the mask comes off as well. I only got it yesterday. I haven't checked him out yet too much. Not used to this not being sitting in my little box. Oh yeah, his mask comes off.
Oh shit, though.
Yeah. Young Coconut, man, check out his page. He does have some other figures on there, and there's some artwork. There's some bottles.
Like the Skinner style bottle.
Yeah.
He's real cool dude as well. He does a lot of the recycled found stuff. I spoke to him for quite a while. We're going to hang out, I believe, some stage. I'm also looking at maybe like later in the year doing like a Bay Area toy artist show, because there's a lot of makers around here that I'm pretty friendly with, and I'm going to go hunting for some more, because it seems like there's more out there that just don't know about.
There is, bro. Straight up, there is.
Like to showcase that shit. It seems like the East Coast has the big hustle on that shit.
Yeah, and they're not all on IG either, which makes it really hard.
Yeah, that's true, man. And Fletch, you and I are on the same page, man. I've been thinking long and hard about how we bring more of it besides Designer Con
to the East Coast.
The West Coast, dude. What about a West Coast E2K type place? You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I want. That's my dream, man. One day is like that. And then I'm like, and I sit there and I'm like, man, I got so much shit in boxes that I could probably start up a shop. But the thing is, I can't fucking, like, I look at it and I'm like, oh, I'm going to cull my collection now. Because like, at the end of the day, I've got a lot of money in that, and it's just sitting there in cupboards, in boxes and shit, not getting used. All the things that I really like, the majority of that is sort of out and about now. But so I'm like, well, it's just sitting there going to waste. So like, I sit there and I'm like, do I just open an online store, start that, and then see if I can work my way up to a bigger space one day? But I'm not ready for that step just yet. Baby steps.
Baby steps. Yeah.
Because like, yeah, man, I want toy. I mean, like, I've always done shit for other people, always done other people's dreams, mate. Like, why the fuck can't, like, have a go, see what happens?
Yeah. Man, I think I think really getting into some interesting stuff as far as the 3D printers and stuff. Especially if you have 6 going, dude. You got a small factory going over there now.
Yeah, man.
Two things I wanted to ask people when they came on tonight. Just as an end of the year thing, man. Give me your biggest highlight from this year. Give me your biggest hope for next year.
What is my biggest highlight of this year? Quitting my job. Don't know how smart that was, but so far it seems all right. Nah, probably like decon. It was a bit rough, but man, it was awesome. It was nothing I had ever really planned for. I dreamt about doing something like that one day. Then the opportunity just arose to have a go. I wish I had more time, like way more time. And then as for next year, I want to do it again, but bigger, better, more prepared. Because I got in so late, there was so much more like marketing resources they offered, and all that. So it could be way bigger. I've been talking to some pretty big names in the scene who are interested. I've got ideas for what I want the booth to be. It's like I've actually got like 3 years of decon planned out in my head for like the next steps of like the evolution of what I want for this one, and then the next one will continue on that evolution. But then after that, I've got a whole new, like, completely different idea, which will probably take me a very long time to organize. So I'm already putting feelers out for that one, and that's to try and bring to another community sort of into the fold, which is sort of part of this community. Well, it is like there's certain makers that are involved in it. So like at the end of the day, yeah, I just want to push all the things I love.
Yeah.
So yeah, but like my small idea for decon this year is like I just want a full glow setup. It's gonna be internal. It's gonna, or like not internal. It's gonna be like full legit. It's gonna because like, man, the lights there fucking killed everything like to do with black lights at the booth. So I'm gonna have a full enclosed booth. It's gonna, in my head, it's gonna look pretty cool for the first iteration. The second iteration for like the year after that I plan, that's gonna be next level shit. So we'll just see. Like I figured the last one was like recon. I know that this one is doable. My plan, and then if this one's doable, then I know I can make it even better the following year, and then I'm ready for like my sort of like dream sort of setup. Well, in saying that, the glow cave is like a dream setup, but like I've got lots of dreams.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, mate.
Good to have those. DT O'Keefe says we need to coordinate a West Coast group trip to E2K. Crumbs, how far is Kentucky from you?
No clue, dog.
What do you mean, no clue? You don't know that off the top of your head?
Can I show you one more cool thing? You're
yes.
Australia.
Yeah.
This is fucking cool. I got the HealeyMade real nugget.
Oh yeah, man. I love that case for it.
Hell yeah. I'll start posting toys again soon as well. As I said before, I realized I haven't posted any shit since November 6th. Like I've collected, and I've got like at least 100 figs since then. 100 pieces at least. Man, see, that's the thing. Like, I want to start making more instead of buying other people's stuff now. I kind of had the bug. I lost it for a couple of weeks there. I lost a lot of mojo, and I was like, what the hell am I?
But you're back now.
I am, man. I'm back, and I'm going to come back with a vengeance.
There you go.
So yeah, hopefully next year brings what everyone wants: more toys.
Yeah, well, man, I think we got a good foundation here for sure, man. I mean, I think the community is strong going into the new year.
Hell yeah.
I don't know how you feel, Crumsy, but I think it's I don't know, dude. It feels good.
The other highlight of Decon was just like finally meeting everyone too. Like fucking Resin Blood, Epoch Art, the Cherry Brothers, they're fucking cool as. And just hanging out. Like I wish I could have hung out more, but like it was seriously tiring. I was not prepared. Like I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go out and party after this, and I'm gonna go and do this that night and shit. But nah, like as soon as it ended, just go straight home, eat dinner, and pass out, and then wake up and do it again. Like there was no rest. Like it was just tiring as fuck. But worth it.
I hear you.
But yeah, it was cool. Cool. This year's been great. Next year will be better. Hopefully Healey will do another run for me, another 10 10 bubbers. Don't know how you can top those ones. I swear that's the best paw he's ever done. I look at his feet and I'm like, yeah, there's nothing as cool as that.
They are sick, man. The glow on that and the look that you get from the quill, it's insane.
Especially from like when you look at it and he's just like this purple and pink blobby dude, and then fucking hit him with some light, and then all of a sudden there's like blues and stuff come out and yellows and oranges and stuff like that. And then as it weakens, other colors come out of it as well. It trips me out. I sit there in bed like so much, like, because I've got the same egg, not same nugget, but in the paw, and I just lie in bed with the fucking glow flashlight most nights, and I just sit there and Jamie's like, you're a fucking idiot. I don't care. Just looks fucking cool. She doesn't really. She doesn't. She just laughs at me. But she thinks it's cool too, so that's the main thing.
Yeah.
And then Decon, like, fully legit. She's like, oh, you can bring your toys in the house now. Nah, it wasn't like that. But like, she was mad keen then after seeing that, and she's like, oh, it's actually more legit than it seems. And it seems.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's cool.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing for the new year? What are your dreams?
Well, I mean, shit, dude, obviously highlight for me would be the show.
Yeah.
You know, which started six months ago or whatever it was. And going into the new year, dude, you know, this book is gonna get finished at some point, you know, on a personal level, on a group level. Dude, it's about the show, man. It really is about the show and doing more and going more places and just expanding what we have here, man. Like I said, I think we got a really good base of what we're trying to do. And I think now it's just a matter of refining it and tweaking it to get it to where, you know, until we run it like a machine, right? Until we're, and we're not there yet. I think Crumbs would agree. We're not there yet. And that's fine, dude. Like there's no rush, you know, which is also very cool is that it all feels so organic that no one's like, hey man, you need to have a perfect show within a month or no one's going to watch anymore. It really doesn't feel like that. But that would be my hope going into the new year is that, you know, the show just takes off. I don't want to say takes off, but stays around. You know, I hope it stays around and we do more of what we've been doing, man. That's my biggest hope.
Nice. What about you, Crumbs?
Your turn.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Crumbs is like, nah, I'm good, dude.
This is a thinker. I don't know.
He's a man of few words tonight.
Yeah, man. I admit I was telling B to J earlier. I'm just coming back from COVID, so you know, my brain is still like a fucking mess at the moment.
Oh, that fucked me for like 6 months, man. I had brain fog. I kept thinking it was gone, but it was still there. It probably still here now. I'll just realize like in another couple of weeks, oh, you still got it.
Oh, dude, if anything, it's been fucking my vision and fucking my brain. I'm just yeah.
Yeah, man, just ride it out, mate. It'll
just riding it out.
Eventually go, or you'll just get used to it, man. See, I'm wondering if that's all that's happened to me. Is I'm just used to it now. But yeah, like man, COVID was no joke. Like that knocked me about hardcore when I eventually got it. And man, I've been sick twice since I got it now. Like I hadn't been sick for 3 years. And I'm like, what the fuck? Bang, bang, too. Decon, I was sick, and then I was just sick again now. I just got better on Monday. Like I almost dropped out of that heavy metal Hanukkah. I was so sick.
These guys got old references going in. DTO Keep, the coffee table book that has it also turns into a small coffee table. Very fun. That book has been flagged. Also a Seinfeld reference. Very good.
I think if anything, that book needs to be able to have some kind of like fold out arms and legs to make it a toy. It's got to be able to be a book toy.
That'd be awesome, dude. You know, on Seinfeld, Kramer had made a book about coffee tables, and then on the back side there was 2 legs. You remember that, right? Where he's got turns into a coffee table. But
it should have a big with a blister, a a fig with a blister on the cover as well.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
And a forward by HealeyMade praising how awesome collectors are.
There you go. Sounds like a plan to me.
See, man, with the ideas, bro, whether I pull them off or not is another thing, but there's always ideas ticking over.
Yeah, right. That's funny. A pop-out book. Yeah, man. Like that abracadabra proof, that Robo Boy piece that we looked at with the fold-out card back, dude. That was fucking wild. What else you got, Fletch? That's it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, fuck it.
It was lovely seeing you, man. It's always a pleasure.
Happy New Year, everyone in the chat, everyone. Oh yeah, and then you want to see one more thing?
Do it.
Let's see it.
What a fucking guy. That's hilarious. I already had it up and everything. It even took my brain a second to realize, and then I was like, he didn't fuck up. He removed himself. What a guy.
Oh man. You want a thing? Dude, you're a trooper, bro. Like,
you're a trooper.
You legit have COVID right now. You're 3 hours ahead of me. It's 1:45 in the morning over there. I don't know if you're working tomorrow or today or what, but I'm not, and I'm 3 hours behind, and I don't have COVID. We're on different levels right now, man. I appreciate you for hanging in there tonight.
No, likewise, man. Likewise, dude. It's been a fun time. I almost feel bad for Healy, and I'm surprised. I was hoping to bug Tycho there about grilling us on what the fuck we missed asking. I figured if anybody is like a HealeyMade expert, it would be him. He would let us know what we forgot to ask or what we missed asking or what we annoyed him with, probably.
Well, you know what, I think we really covered a lot of ground, man, which I think is good, dude. We covered everything from, how it began to where it's going, everything in between.
I think the toughest thing is you don't want to necessarily revisit things they've said in other interviews or have had to answer a billion times.
Right.
At the same time, not all of our guests are on the same page and have necessarily taken in all this content. So sometimes we do have to almost kind of like revisit or rehash in order to kind of get everybody on the same page. I'll admit there was times I was like trying so hard not to just share screen because trying to be polite to the fact that we had somebody in here who was speaking, and yet you guys were talking about the heads at one point. And like I pulled them up on your page, and I'm sitting there being like, "Don't share screen, don't share screen. Like it's all good. You can show them another time."
Yeah.
But it's like natural instinct. You guys were talking about these pieces. I naturally wanted to be able to pull them up and fucking look at them and shit. Great artist, man. I think if anything, it's very easy to go to their page and pigeonhole almost. And I'll even admit, I think for probably the first year, I was almost guilty of that, is that you're getting into the indie resin scene and you're seeing somebody who's like kind of reached a level where like their fan base seems rather large, they're producing figures, and you're not really sure if they're in your realm anymore. And what's actually really funny is that Healey mentions he was afraid at one point that people who collected him for the handmade factor might not dig the Glyos PVC figures. Meanwhile, I am a super huge indie resin snob, and the only two Healey pieces I have are PVC Glyos.
I was gonna say, dude, aren't the Healey pieces that you have? They're Glyos figs, right? Are they Raiders? I know you have one Raider.
I've got a Raider and an Assassin. So it's kind of comical to me that it's like, dude, you were afraid you might turn certain collectors away by going that route. And if anything, like what attracted me to them was needing at least one of those figures of each one. Now, obviously, I'm obsessed with the Bubba as well, you fuckers, and some of the other people. Explain Quackula to me. I didn't want to go there, but explain Quackula to me. What makes Quackula so fucking dope to you? I'm missing something.
So here's a little nugget about Quackula that I didn't want to get into with him, but Quackula was originally going to be a Super 7 fig. And now that one is in a 3.75 in resin, and it also is in the vinyl.
It has several releases, right? It has
yeah,
a 3.75. It also has like a statuette type resin one where it's very Elvis-y with a hip pop out.
mm-hmm.
And also like the stocky, meaty thighed one that's like a vinyl, both long-winged and not long-winged, right?
Yes. So there's
4 versions.
1, 2, 3. There's at least 3. There's 2 resin ones that I can think of. One of them is where he's just kind of standing there. And then there's another one, a Quackula, where he's actually got the cape kind of out like that. Now, you were on that website the other day that we were talking about the
There was a collab one.
Yeah, and on that site that we were talking about, there is those static
full cape.
Yeah, 3.75 scale. But I mean, dude, I love that one, dude. That one's got so many unique looks. He just released that marbled one around Halloween. I believe it was orange, purple, and black. But yeah, dude, actually Fletch has scored a couple of the resin ones.
Yeah.
Just recently, because that is a mold that he still had. And I still need to hit him up about one of those.
Yeah. I guess I'm not sure what's going on there. It's like a Duck Elvis Dracula.
Yeah, I mean, dope.
It's interesting to me. It's interesting.
It is.
Like, are you familiar with Quackula from Mighty Mouse?
Yeah. And,
okay.
And yeah.
Or is it Duckula?
It might have been Duckula.
Duckula.
He did mention today about that sculpt, though, and how he wanted that to do. I'll have to go back and look at that again.
I just thought maybe I was missing something there because I knew you and Fletch loved that figure, and I'm confused by it.
Yeah, dude, and honestly, I didn't have any of those pieces until I think my first one was a vinyl. And I got it directly from him. It wasn't on a drop. But once I got it, I saw the size of it, I was impressed. I did not know it was that size. But then once I saw it, I think the first one that I have is just the classic. He's got like the chrome head. It's the Destro illegal arms dealer. And is what that is. And they're sick, man. He just looks rad as fuck to me, is what Fletch says. Yeah, I agree, man. Duckula was great in the 90s, says Shed. I agree. Yeah, still want to snipe one 3.75? Yes, I do. Or you're saying that you do too. I wouldn't. But yeah, dude, that's another one. He's just got that formula, man. He's got the formula and he's got the drive. He's got the process. He's got the system. It's just, it seems like it's all there, you know?
He's a treat.
Absolutely.
I don't know how else to put it, right? They're an absolute treat, man. We're fortunate to have them in the toy scene, in the art scene, however you want to put it.
Yeah, dude. One of the more accessible people, if you can believe that. You know what I mean? Which is, I think that's weird. And
I'll admit, we've talked about it in the background, and it kind of comes through. It's kind of comical to me. There's the loud and there's the quiet, and it's kind of funny to me that you even said like they're a chatter. They can definitely carry a conversation. They're a chatter, but the work does the talking. HealeyMade isn't in your face, super loud all the time, yelling that his toys are fucking fantastic, buy them now. The work speaks for itself, and he kind of quietly just works away like a machine.
Yeah. And consistent, dude. I mean, we talked about consistent drops, consistent quality, consistent shipping, consistent customer service, man. I think that That's all part of being that machine, is just consistently. And luckily for him, I mean, it's consistently dope shit. Like those, I don't know if you went back far enough on his page. I'm sure you've seen him before, dude, but those models that he's talking about, those are flat out insane, dude. If anybody hasn't seen those, scroll back on Healey's page and pick a couple of those out and just take a look. I mean, about meticulous. Holy shit, dude.
When we talk about being creepy sometimes, you know, that's where you're maybe scrolling through forums and you see somebody asking groups of people what they think of certain work, and you end up coming across pictures of things.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
It feels weird. It does feel weird. That's the best way I can put it, man. It feels weird when you're seeing almost time capsule level shit of HealeyMade at a point in their career where it seems as though validation was I don't know. I don't even know the right way of putting it, if that makes sense. It's odd seeing Healey not just post a picture and then a flood of people being like, I want to buy it. It's odd seeing them on a messaging board asking people like, what do you think? That's odd. To go back in time and see that.
Fuck, man, it really is, dude. It's
and clean casts, eh? Clean as fuck casts.
Always.
You brought that up tonight, and that's one of the things I was seeing people talk about a lot, even going back, is just like no bubbles, just flawless, no bubbles.
Yeah. I would say out of the, all the pieces I have, I'd be hard pressed to find a bubble. I'm sure it exists somewhere. But it's part of the process, man. It's just, I think he's probably one of those guys where if a bubble does come up, that's probably not going out.
I was gonna say that when he was talking about commissions earlier, I was like, holy fuck, I wonder what that bin of miscasts looks like.
Yeah. And that's funny, dude. You look at what kind of or that whole aspect of it too, dude. Like, what's his miscast pile look like, dude? It's probably just a treasure trove of
gold.
But and mostly if they're commissions, they're probably going to be in one-off colors and everything like that, which is also cool, man. But the last thing I'll say about him is, dude, to have the faith, right? He can't see it, but he believes in it. So he's got faith in himself that what he was doing was unique enough, and there was a little bit of a response to just keep at it and follow through. Where maybe when it first started, there wasn't people knocking on his door saying, hey, let me buy one of these. He said that he had a lady from Saudi Arabia buy one of his first pieces, dude. And she was one of the only people that were interested. That blows me away. But at the time, who knew who Healey was? Nobody, right? So you have this probably younger guy that says, hey, I made this. And you're like, oh, that's dope, dude. But how many people are going to buy that? I want to track that lady down and find that piece, dude. Can you imagine that? Holy shit. But dude, like I said, man, to have the faith of believing in yourself enough that like, hey man, this is gonna pop off one day if I just stick at it. And that's exactly what happened, dude. That is commendable, to say the least.
I don't have the words, because you don't want to say like right place, right time, but it's almost like the dude was surrounded by a lot of folks who are still in the scene today. And I think there's a reason for that. I think they pushed each other. I think they motivated each other. I think they encouraged each other. I think they inspired each other at a time when the internet and Instagram really wasn't available to do that. And it was something that you probably had to get very sparingly from these individuals, because you weren't meeting many people that were like-minded and were enjoying the same world that you were from. And so it probably meant a lot more when you were able to have those moments, and it probably drove your passion way harder. And it also did create those opportune moments where he was sitting in front of that window making runs of 6, runs of 6, runs of 6.
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
It's insane. We're coming up to 4 hours, dude. And at the end of the day, we are almost at the end of 2022. Next time we see each other, it'll be in 2023. It'll be insane.
That is true, man. What a year, dude. Half a year for us, right? I mean, as far as the show goes.
A little over half a year.
But dude, I'll repeat it what I said to Fletch, man. Really looking forward to next year. I think we got some really, really big things coming up for us, probably, personally and professionally as far as the show goes. And I'm looking forward to it, dude. I am super stoked the way this year went. And it's going to be
more momentum.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's been a blast. Absolutely, man. It's been a trip.
It's been a trip. That's true, man. And I will find out how many giveaways that we had, dude. The more I talk, curious I am. I know, dude. Like, and you know what the thing is too, is I think we were talking about it is it would be so much easier if they weren't so sporadic during the show. Like you have to 10-second move through 3 hours of material and then do that 33 times. That's
a lot.
That's not a 5-minute deal, man. You got to sit down for set aside a few hours at least to do that.
Oh yeah.
But on the other hand, dude, I'm super stoked that we were able to give away as many things as we did. It was insane. I'm going to say 100
easily. Yeah, I'm going to say easily that because that would just mean 3 per show, and I think that. When you average out the odd show with 1, the odd show with 5, the odd show with 19, it kind of works out to probably being roughly 3 per show.
I wish I would have counted the week that we did 19. How did we not get 20? 20 is such a nice round number.
Ah, fuck it.
Surely I could have found
the TOYZ Alive way.
Yeah. Just a little off.
Just a little off. Not tons. Dude, it's been an absolute pleasure, man. We'll definitely catch up next Thursday. We'll discuss in the back end what next Thursday looks like. TOYZ, thanks for coming in, man. HealeyMade. What more can be said? I think half of our last hour we could have had in private just geeking out about the fact that we were talking to HealeyMade for 3 hours tonight. Yeah, for sure, man. That was thank you, Fletch, for coming in. And you're right, dude. That was just it was surreal, and I think it was everything that you wanted us, or that you and I wanted it to be, man. It was, I don't know, I thought it was very informative, not only for myself, but for the room too. And I don't know, man. I think it went well. If next year we see them again and they still just look identical as they do from their interviews from like 2014, as they do from the shit. Think about that life, dude. I feel like he is living in absolute bliss right now, man. He is doing exactly what he wants. He's doing what he wants for a living. And there's not a lot of people that can say that, man, that are making a living doing 100% what they want to do. You know, he doesn't own a, can you imagine? I can't imagine not owning a car, but all the bullshit that comes with it, that alone, knowing that I can walk to wherever I want to go. I'll be honest, because of my narcolepsy, I'm never allowed to drive, dog. No way. So that part. Wow. Yeah, I can vibe on that part. And if anything, he lives in New York. And when I was living in North Bay, that was almost like a mating faux pas. Like, you know what I mean? You're gonna die alone, so you can't drive. In Toronto, like, you'd almost be stupid to have a car. It's just, and I would imagine New York is very much the same, right? You're almost paying too much and a stupid amount, and it just gets in the way to try and park it. And the parking is the issue. And then plus, even if you manage to get your car out into the street, like, you're not moving. I've seen on TV, you ain't going anywhere. You know what I mean? Not moving. Might as well walk at that point. And that's kind of it. Yeah. And his studio is right through basically like a little parkette. Come on. He's like, yeah, I'm in my studio. It's on the 5th floor. It's like, oh, well, I live down on the 1st floor, so walking up the stairs isn't really an issue. I'm like, damn. Except for when you're unloading fucking 2,000 PVC figures.
Jeez Louise, can you imagine what that apartment smelled like, dude?
Probably heaven. And my brain had a moment of like, you are familiar with that smell, so obviously you needed them the fuck out of your kitchen. But me, Vaseline lid on fucking.
Oh my god, dude! When he said that, I'm like, I think Crumbs just jizzed. I'm pretty sure it happened.
What can I say, man? It is what it is, dude. Thank you for setting that up, man. You're a beast. I think you've taken care of December, dude.
Dude, it's, you know, like I said, man, I am extremely happy for you and where you are at right now, man. I was happy to do it. And I am living vicariously through you at this point. And congratulations. Keep it going, dude.
Same. I'm going to reiterate,
same but different, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. If you want to change spaces for a bit, we'll change spaces. I'll go live with those toys for a little while. Owen, you can call me Pops from now on. Papa Crumbs. It'll be good. All right, dude.
Oh, man. All right, buddy. We'll be chatting.
You bet, man. Take care, man.
Peace out.